Hello once again and welcome to the PokerStars Arena. This week we play host to another 109 Sunday Million PKO. 9,875 entries, a prize pool of over $1 million. Day 2 is getting underway with just 75 players remaining, competing for that Sunday Million badge and a first place prize of over $53,000 plus bounties. We are going to be following all of the action tonight down to a winner, and Cards Up coverage begins right now. Hello, everyone. My name is Nicholas Walsh, and I'll be your host for this evening. And joining by me today is the one and only Mr. Felix Schneiders, a.k.a. Flix. How you doing tonight, buddy?
Hey, Nick. Hey, Chet. I'm delighted to join you today. Really excited to see what's coming up today on the Sunday Million.
That's right.
Can't wait.
Right. I'm so excited. We had Flix in not that long ago. We had such a good time together. I'm really excited to get back into it, guys. The action is already underway, so we're going to jump straight into the tables, guys. Flix, is going to be my pilot this evening. I don't know if I'm using the word Seb. And, yeah, let's see what they have in store for us now. Let's get across the table A. All right, so straight in here. CZ Glory is our chip leader. This is why we're following this table or jumping in right away. My guy has already got something in the region of 27 million chips. And we're going to be following along with his, as well as a couple other notable players as we get through today.
Best hand wins, and it's Ace-Jack offsuit. Nick, you remember Ace-Jack offsuit?
Oh, yes.
The hand
of our previous
session. Hands. That's how you play Ace-Jack offsuit. Just don't see a flop.
Just never see a flop. Exactly.
Yes.
Just never see a flop. Exactly, buddy. All right, guys, let me just get this situated here, and then we should be good. Okay, good. All right, here we go. Flix, how have you been? Just off camera, guys, Flix and I were just discussing, of course, the fantastic EPT coverage that we were both involved with. I was obviously doing the English streaming. Flix was doing some of the German. Just record-breaking numbers, both for the EPT and also record-breaking for Twitch as well. I imagine. I mean, I think everyone was hitting some pretty solid numbers here on Twitch.
Yes, absolutely. It was really intense. It was just one of the best shows I've ever witnessed as a commentator, as a spectator, as a poker player even. Final Table was so much fun. They seemed to be enjoying it so much. They had such a good laugh until they started to discuss a deal, that is. And afterwards, that was we wanted to actually print T-shirts with the lines and the quotes that they put out.
Yeah, we said the exact same thing.
I don't care the money.
I don't care the money. I've got 30 million.
My family is rich.
My family is rich.
I mean, that would be the best poker T-shirts of all. I think that will sell immediately.
Oh man, yeah, Flex and Ellie T-shirts everywhere. So good. I loved it.
I could see a T-shirt.
All right, guys. So yeah, as I mentioned, we are going to be covering tonight's 109 Sunday Million. There was $1 million in the prize pool this week. We got 75 players remaining. We were already down to 74. So we're going to be following all the action tonight. These days, when we jump into Sunday Millions, we get straight to the action because it kicks off around the same time that we start. So we've had to dive straight in, but we'll have a chance to catch up more with Flix as the day progresses, as we get a couple more breaks to pause here and there. As we see Bibbs raising King-Queen off here from middle position.
I predict there's not much going to happen. I don't even think the big blind will defend. I think they'll just go through.
Sounds about
uncontested.
Right. Uncontested open.
So how have you been, Nick? Coming back from Barcelona.
I have been fantastic. I mean, I was coming back from Barcelona with a bit of a contradicting feeling because Barcelona, for me, was maybe one of the best EPTs I've ever been a part of, if not one of the best EPTs of all time. It was so exciting, and there was so much good action to follow, but obviously really exhausted as well. So I came back on like a super high, like I should be completely buzzing because it was we just made something that was so much fun. But then also, like, still recovering now. Like, I'm just not fully back to full strength after the trip.
I can imagine.
But, you know, that's all good. It's all good. It feels good to be back doing commentary again, though, because when you've been doing it for so many days in a row, your brain just kind of says, I assume we're going to continue to do this, you know, more or less.
Yes.
And then when you stop all of a sudden, you're like, I'm not sure what I'm doing anymore. Do I even have a job? I'm not even sure.
That's true. Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, after commentary, I was totally blown away. I was just like, I had to recover for a week. I didn't do anything during that week.
Right.
So I was just taking my time off, and now it feels great to be back with commentary because it feels so natural.
Yeah.
Just after like a full week of commentary.
Okay, let me just pull up the proper stuff here. There we go. Yeah, no,
So
Oh, hey, shout out to Larry Susan in the chat. Welcome. Larry, of course, was one of our producers in Barca. If you don't already follow him, hit him up on social media. Larry, how you doing? Pieface Poker's in the chat as well. Hello, Dunbar. What's up, Jay Tante?
What's up,
Lots of
guys?
the regs are here.
Good to see you. So we got a flop here. Fives open under the gun. Get a call by pocket threes in the big blind.
CZ Glory.
And takes it down. Best hand wins. One more, once again.
Seems good. What if can you imagine we go for an entire stream where the best hand wins every time? Unbelievable.
Wow. I just wonder how long that streak will continue for. Really. We could make a checklist. So that was the second one actually.
Okay.
Oh, actually the third one. King Queen also
That's right.
won. So.
That's right.
3 in a row. We got 3 in a row.
Also,
okay, Chet, you're gonna help us on this one.
Shout out to Tom as well. Thank you for being our moderator today, buddy. You're the best.
He really is.
He really is, mate.
Shout outs. All right, that's a full round of nothing happening, and CZ Glory gets the pot for free just by sitting there and collecting the blinds.
We have to give another shout out here for D Savi in the chat as well. Our very own player liaison extraordinaire. How you doing, Sava?
Savi.
Wasn't Savi doing your dealing as well at your
yes
recent meetup?
yes we had another Grind Live event, which was basically a poker night, which we hosted for the first time. Made this production all by ourselves, and Savi did the dealing, and
nice.
she's a great dealer.
She's a dealer extraordinaire as well. She's a very talented individual. So
and also very strict dealer. I can tell you this much.
I'm very, very strict, I can imagine.
You better don't mess up when Savi's dealing.
Curling Master, hello, welcome.
All right, so we got pocket jacks. Seems to be like a hand where not much can go wrong, but let's see.
Yeah, again, like you said, I mean, did the King Queen actually get some action? By the way, I missed it. Did they defend the big blind in the end?
I missed it too.
I feel like there was a c-bet. I don't know. I thought it might have been a delayed fold pre-flop, but I feel like they defended it and folded on the flop. I'm not sure. Chat, help us out here. Somebody's got to pay attention to the action.
4-7 offsuit actually didn't make it big. I mean, 4-7 offsuit won. It wasn't the best hand, and it still won. So I'm not sure how we proceed with this one. All right, so we got an open by pocket jacks by Hassan. And Bips in the big blind. Makes a defend. Wow, just top set. Easy. Oh, interesting turn card.
Oh, yeah, that definitely is gonna spice things up a bit.
Yes. Oh, Bips decides to check one more time. Check calling. That 8 on the river doesn't really improve him too much.
It might slow down the jacks, though. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Does.
All right, best hand won again. How many is that?
Wow. Insane. Oh, here we go. King, queen.
All right, just above 10 big blinds here. Gets a call from the 8s.
And snap call by pocket 8s.
Yeah, leaving themselves 615K behind.
Now King Queen's got a decision, because King Queen can take 2 bounties.
Double
right?
bounty, yeah. Oh, the Ocho on the turn.
There's an 8.
All right, so we do see our first KO on our table that we're covering here, guys. So that is GG to our friend Magrela. Leaves this tournament in 67th place, taking home 607 in bounties and $436 in actual prizes as well for their 67th finish in today's Sunday Mill.
BHW, best hand wins.
QB for Trolls says, I took down the bigger 11 at 5 a.m. this morning for a score of $3,844, my biggest yet. Congratulations, buddy. Glad to hear it.
Must be nice.
Must be nice. Imagine winning a tournament. Imagine. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know how that feels. Been trying for months now again. It's not been working well. So ace king against ace 8, and so far best hand holds up. But let's see. No bluff on the turn. And this might just go check, check again on the river. Unless Solar Swan decides to bluff this. Trying to make ace king or ace queen to fold. And that seems to be working. Best hand didn't win this time.
Okay,
So,
there you go.
Streak is broken.
Ace queen of spades here with 36% pre. UTG +1. Gonna open it
Huge
up.
bounty also on CZ Glory's head.
Yep.
He's the bounty boss with $1,200.
Yeah, the bounty daddy as we speak. And obviously already 1.2K and still, you know, 65 players. Oh, we lost a lot of players really quick there, didn't we? Jeez, down to 65 already.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, so actually when I was doing my little setup for today's stream, I took note. I had my previous notes from last week already in my notepad, and I was like, wow, we're coming back with a lot of entries, like, you know, almost 10 more than we did last time or something. And I thought maybe there must be some shorties, and I guess we had a lot of shorties because they just immediately dropped off there.
And they're already out now.
Ooh, hello.
That looks like a big clash of hands.
Yeah, I was gonna say pocket nines here in middle position, in the cutoff, excuse me. And I don't know. I'm not sure if I don't think pocket fours are supposed to really be flatting here too often. What do you think, Flix? It's a little bit shallow, right? The effective stack depth is probably too low for a small pocket pair.
Yeah, especially with a lot of players behind you that could potentially squeeze or jam, and a lot of stacks that will probably do it. Also with the short stacks behind, I think this is not a good call.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine. The pocket nines on the other end, of course, they will most likely call.
Yeah, I feel like flatting, especially against another bigger stack here. I say bigger stack, you know, still not a ton of big blinds, but seems pretty reasonable. Ace-8 suited feels like it wants to be a good squeeze, but I feel like against these positions, you're going to be in. I don't know if I like that call either. That feels like a really, really, really optimistic flat call.
Definitely thin. Wow, what a flop. Just top set. But not much else going on for the other hand, so this might, unless it goes check, 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 even.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a four-way pot and you have top set. I think you should always probably be betting your top sets here.
Well, this time he won't get action, unfortunately, and everybody will just fold.
Yeah.
That one moment where you think like, I'm just going to bet my top set. Nobody will notice. Nobody actually cared.
I don't know. I mean, do you think you should ever be checking top set in a multi-way pot, Flix? I mean, there was no flush draw on board, for example, right?
I agree. It's tricky. I mean, if you don't block the top pairs, I like betting. Right. I just had a study session with a partner. Actually, we were talking about a similar spot with top set in a multi-way pot.
Right.
I would think that top set in a multi-way pot is just a good candidate to actually check because you block basically all the top pairs.
Right. Right.
So it's probably the best of the nut candidates to check.
Yeah.
Like pocket jacks or pocket fours.
Right.
Would be an easy bet. Oh, we got an all in.
Yep.
And a call.
Shoving a call. Ace 10 holds. Full double for Ifgassen.
I think it's EFG Hassan. This is how I read him. But I don't know. Maybe it's Ifgassen.
Ifgassen. I don't know. I'm kind of making it sound like it's German, but I'm not sure anything in German is spelled quite like that. So maybe not.
Doesn't sound German too much, but I like butchering screen names a lot, Nick. I do that all the time on stream and Twitch as well. So I think it's part of the job.
Yeah, I especially on Twitch, I just end up using the first three letters, and they're like, no, it's I am, and you're like, oh, okay, I got it. Okay. So.
Yeah, and you know what I'm doing by now is like I'm saying I don't care. I'm just gonna pronounce it the way I like.
Yeah, we get a jam here. It's not very many big blinds, but I don't know if 5-4 is going to be enough. It's a pretty big chunk of JP Pinheiro stack.
JP
Pinheiro.
Sounds Spanish, but also Japanese and all sorts of different language mixes. We got Verse, who is effectively jamming all in, leaving himself a big blind behind. Just in case he might pick up a pay jump. This is what online players like to do a lot, but I've also noticed this in live tournaments as well, like especially in Barcelona on the feature table. It was done a lot. A lot of people just didn't raise effectively all in, just kept themselves a couple chips behind.
Tom Sachs is saying, is this live? We are reading what you're saying live. You're seeing this live. This is being broadcast live. However, the action that you're seeing on the screen is a recreation of what happened 30 minutes ago in the Sunday Millie. So basically the way this works, if you guys are new to today's stream, PokerStars collects all of the hand histories after the hand is played, and then they replay effectively what the action was with cards up, and then that is what we actually get to see here in the PokerStars arena. So what you're seeing happened 30 minutes ago. It is all safe and sound within our game integrity, and then we get to do commentary in real time, so we get to communicate with you guys in real time here in the future, even though we're watching what was in the past.
Mind blown, officially.
Alex NFC says, shout out to both of you broadcasting your second language. I know, making the transition from American to English was a real struggle for me. But, we got there in the end.
I was about to say, when people on my stream ask me, is this live? I usually reply with, no, this is a recording. So, best way to go about this. All right, next hand. So how do you think what is the pronunciation for the small blind's name? Sir?
Signor Fiorine. Fiero.
Italian.
Ferreo, yeah. Signore yes. Ferreone.
Or Signor Firione. I don't know, it's a mix between Spanish and Italian.
Signor Firione, there you go. We've aced it,
and
guys.
we got a limp. I'm just going to call him the Signor from now on.
Yeah, he wants to play it a little bit slower here with the Jack-8 suited, which I like. I think at the stack depth, you can probably 50-50 raise or limp this one, I imagine.
Yes.
Okay, a little bit of a gut shot on the turn here for the 10-7 off, though.
Signor's betting, 2/3 of the pot. Soul of a Swan sounds very lyrical, very poetic.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Italy this year, and I do think the language is quite nice. So we do see a call from the 10-7.
Yes.
And Jack-8 has so much showdown at this point. Obviously, the backdoor diamonds are going to be a concern for him as well. So we might see a check. We might see like a blocker bet kind of situation, but I think I prefer the check generally because you'd like them to try and bluff some of the time on this river too.
Yes. I do think it's a good spot for Soul of Swan to now try and bluff, especially with the backdoor flush getting there. He can try to represent that.
Right, it's believable. I think if you're going to do it, though, yeah, you got to go bigger. I think you really got to polarize that river for sure. Yeah, like, I appreciate the line, but I think probably you got to go full pot or more, I imagine, something like that.
Yep, agree. And we got another jam all in by Under the Gun player.
The names today, Flix.
I'm just going to say Under the Gun.
Hajkash.
Hashkash.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see some action from the 8s and definitely from the Ace-Queen of Diamonds. So we might see maybe even a 4-way all-in. Soul of Swan. Wow. Soul of Swan might be tempted to come along here with the 10s as well. Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Snap fold from Ace-Queen of Diamonds. That's unexpected.
Yes, for sure. What about pocket 10s, though? Let's wait for Soul of a Swan.
Yeah.
You can snatch a double bounty in this spot. And here we go. That's a 3-way all-in. 10s against 8s against King 10 suited. There's a king.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. And we do have a KO here. JP is eliminated and exits this tournament in 61st place, taking home $991 in bounty, $436 in actual prize pool money. Hashcast with the treble there, the triple up. Solo Swan with the tens, very very unlucky there. Only the one overcard king to fade. That's pretty sad.
Well, he did pick up a bounty though, but I think Bibbs is gonna bite himself. In Germany, you say bite himself in the ass, and then you say that in English as well. I was just thinking, is that actually a saying in English as well? It's a German saying.
It's gonna. Yeah, I don't know. Chat, help me out here. We have something like that, right? We have, but it's not quite the same phrase.
I read in chat ace queen kicking himself. Yeah, we would in Germany we would say he bites himself in the ass.
Kicking himself, right? That's what I was thinking.
Kicking himself, yeah. Or even kick himself in the ass. Yes.
Awesome.
So Hassan on the button. Or if Justin or Hassan. Jams all in.
Ace queen all in again. About, let's say like 9-ish, 8-ish big blinds effective. Something like that. Hey, shout out to Yaro in the chat as well, buddy. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to see you in Barcelona. If you actually saw my day today, buddy, you definitely would have understood. Though I was like, wake up, straight into the booth, start up, did the first 2 levels or something, and I had a 4-hour break, and then I like finished up the day basically like at like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning every day. It was pretty nuts.
Yeah.
And then just repeat for like 5 days straight, right to the very end. So next time I'm in Barca, dude, we'll do a thing.
Wow. That's a tight fold with the ace jack.
Wow, very tight.
What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, didn't they just shove king 4, something like that?
Well, he shoved ace queen last hand, but ace jack,
okay.
he probably just doesn't like. Just like us. He just doesn't want to make a mistake.
Yeah, but this is the this fits the criteria. Get it in pre-flop, don't see a flop, it's all good.
Yeah. I was thinking as well. But instead, check glory. Zip glory. CZ glory.
Is CZ short for Czech Republic or something? Or what's the?
I was thinking, but maybe I don't know.
One of those.
Glory. What is that avatar? Is it a hat? Is that like a comic figure? I don't know.
I think it's like a magnifying glass and like a guy in like a bucket hat.
Oh yes.
I mean, we did have a lot of bucket hats in Barcelona, didn't we? So maybe it's the new fashion, the new poker fashion.
Probably.
Wow, ace
yeah,
king.
You're right.
Ace king, no action either. Let's see where he's from really quick. Oh, he's in Thailand apparently. Or so it says.
Did he fold ace jack from the cutoff? Why? We will not find out, but maybe he had a feeling.
Hey, he folds 6s here as well for 10 bigs. That's also kind of spicy. My guy's waiting for something.
Well, I have learned from my coach that ICM is a thing. I'm usually too loose when it comes to spots like these, especially in the bounty tournament. So ace jack and pocket 6s are going in for me. But I also haven't won a tournament in quite a while, so how valid that information is.
I don't know. It's like I feel the same way about ICM as I do about blockers. Just not real. Just ignore it, guys. It's all good.
Sees that Glory opens with the ace-10 offsuit in the hijack seat, and solo of one defense with king-3 off.
Yeah, ace-10 off, no heart. You can put in some small bets here. I think that's totally reasonable. Sure, takes it down, no problem at all.
Yeah. Most likely just one of these 100% range c-bet boards.
Yeah. Would you say it's true, Felix, that you might c-bet less often when you do have the ace of hearts there? Maybe you have some check behinds with the ace size on those boards, or do you think you're probably always going to c-bet with ace-10 with any sort of suit situation?
That's actually a very good question. I haven't thought about this too much. I usually just like the pickup, just pick the pot up right there. And also be able to call the check raise is nice if we have the ace of hearts. So I would probably say I'd still c-bet, but I think there's probably some. I mean, the solvers will probably say, yeah, to some percentages,
Yeah,
you gotta
right,
have to
of course,
and
of course. Yeah, that was kind of in the back of my mind. I think we're probably going to see a gamble here, guys. We got CZ Glory here calling for a potential bounty. It is a, you know, it's not an inconsequential number of chips, but it's not that many big blinds right now. Something like 15 bigs, something like that.
Yeah. 16 bigs. And King Queen offsuit is unfortunately often dominated, but he still makes the call.
Yep.
Needs a king or a 10.
Needs a 10 to get there. Oh,
and
hello.
There's a 10. I called it.
All right.
I'm
so
sorry, Bibs.
Yeah, GG Bibs. He exits in 57th place there. Takes home $646 in bounties and $436 in prize pool. We're going to go over switch to table B now.
Nick, I got to tell you one thing. I have to be careful with calling cards on streams like these because people have been calling me out from my community. They have been sending me messages on Instagram, cursing and saying, Flix, how can you? This was a buddy of mine. You just called cards against him. And I was like, I just felt it was coming. I don't know. I just had a feeling. So I'm not going to call any more cards.
Okay.
I'm probably not even going to announce what kind of cards they need because it's in my mind and then it comes. So
awesome.
Oh, we got a huge pot building here, right here.
Yeah, this.
Oh, that's interesting. Worry just calling aces in the big blind.
Yeah, I mean,
betting.
I guess he's really trying to keep that bounty in. It's a $616 bounty, so pretty chunky at this stage in the tournament, I suppose.
Any pots?
Is
wow,
it gonna work for him here? Oh no. Wow.
What just happened?
I mean, Ace King suited plays his hand slow on the flop and then decides to bluff the turn. That was really, really unusual. And CZ Glory is like, cool. I guess I'm just getting this bounty. Well played, me. Ends up winning a huge one anyway. Huge pot regardless.
How surprised he must have been when he saw Villain folding against that jam.
I mean, if you want to turn Ace King into a bluff, I think it's a pretty good board just to go ahead and bet on. You know, have to bet big. You know, just try and c-bet the Queen Jack high board. You have a gut shot. You have 2 overcards to the board as well. Okay, we see a jam and a call. Ace-6 at risk. All right, Ace-6 gets the full double here, so up to 8.6 million. No exit from the tournament. Statrick says that's some Sunday Million play right there. Yes, indeed it is. I think that those are interesting spots, though. If you are par 3-0-1-0 and you're watching this back, like obviously, you know, when we make comments like that, we want everyone to try and, you know, improve their poker when they're watching stuff like this. It's just like try to figure out whether or not you're bluffing or not, you know, with certain hands. And I think with a hand like Ace King, a lot of people just assume because they haven't connected, sometimes they feel like they have to turn their hand into a bluff. But remember that Ace King on those textures, especially when you get defended from the big blind, is just going to be the best hand so often. It's not a hand that you necessarily have to play hard or try and represent something big because you've already got something pretty big in the first place with Ace King high on that kind of a board. So, you know.
Well, also, CZ Glory just potted it right away on the turn after Par checked it back on the flop. So maybe that pot bet also triggered something. In the sense of, oh, why is he potting it right now? Just doesn't make sense for him to pot, so I'm just gonna pop it right there and try and take it down.
Right.
Because I don't want to call a pot bet, and I might have some fold equity.
Yeah,
but yeah,
who
knows?
I mean, when you check the flop and you raise the turn, I guess what you're representing is maybe like a set once in a while, maybe like
Slow played sets.
Yeah, something like that, you know. And he's kind of unlucky to run into Ace King specifically, but I also think that a lot of stuff that has sort of medium strength showdown would probably just check turn regardless. So to get led into in that scenario usually probably means your opponent at least has a good draw, if not already a made hand that they're kind of willing to tango with.
Yeah, I agree.
Ooh, hello.
Oh, wow.
I love this open. Oh, and a flat from Ace King. Flix, what's going on today? What is going on these tables?
I don't know. We will learn some new poker strategies today, I think.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of flats with some really big hands here today.
And now DTS Stravka in the big blind.
DTS
Join along.
Stravka.
Flops a gutter.
Yeah, King Lajnus.
King Lajnus. King Lajnus.
King Lajnus, yeah.
King Lajnus.
Stimmt, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we got king here with ace king. He's like, now I'm in a multi-way pot. He does have the best hand, but it's so hard for him to play his hand from this position now.
Now he's telling himself, why did I
Yeah,
flat
why did I
this?
flat pre-flop? Yeah, exactly. Queen 9 with the gut
That's
shot probably might be
sure
tempted to
not
do
gonna
something here, though. Oh,
No,
okay.
just fold.
Just the straight fold.
All right. Well, worst hand wins. Easy.
Easy. I mean, if you're CZ Glory and you know that you're getting away with raising Queen 4 suited without getting 3 above by Ace King, you're just like, wow, I'll just open 100% of my range every time like I'm not under the gun. Like, is the easiest game ever. I was gonna say before Ace King just flatted, like I really appreciate how wide CZ Glory is going here as the chip leader. Like you can really do some damage, especially if people aren't playing back at you in these spots.
For sure. Like when you see what kind of hands other players have in a replay like this, when Rory is able to see, I think he'll just like think, okay, I can just do whatever.
I can do anything I want. Like there's literally no rules here. It's all good. I can't make a mistake. They're gonna let me see it for cheap. I got the chips. Let's go.
Oh wow.
Wow.
That was a big pot.
That was a big pot.
One.
Very, very speedy as well.
Yeah. The better kicker. And King Lachnus has ace king again. Well, let's see how he's going to play this one. He's just jamming. That's easy. That's easy. Okay, you can do that. Now 2 auto James. What a name, by the way. I don't want to play against 2 auto James for sure.
I love it.
Jams all in.
Here we go.
We got the classic race. And is it going to be a 2 outer? No, it's going to be
there you go.
More outs than that.
See, that's the trick, King. You got to get ace king all in free. There you go. None of this post flop stuff. There you go. Just bang it in.
Would have worked last time.
Exactly. Almost up to 10 million there for King.
Interesting limp under the gun. And limp behind by 3-7 suited.
Man.
Okay, Nick, you got to help me out on this one. Is this GTO?
I don't imagine that this is GTO, but there are a lot of shorts. I mean, there's a chance that given the fact this is a PKO, that limping and calling like a lot of the shorter stacks jams is probably actually okay with 9-10 suited.
Yeah, for sure.
Which actually, there's a chance that this is probably okay. There are some solvers now that can solve pre-flop for PKO, and I think that actually this would probably be an acceptable limp call for most stacks. Yeah, and if you're allowed to limp with 10-9 suited and then go broke against the shorties, then you can probably trap here as well with some aces and stuff too, and it's all good.
There you go, 10 high. 10 high is the nut right now.
I'm more confused about the 7-3 suited behind him. That's the more confusing line, I think.
Probably a mistake, but who knows what the solvers of today tell you to do.
10 high call, please.
10 high all at one time. This will be insane.
Tom says, I think we just got used to the EPT pros playing their hands, and now we're just like, what is going on here? Exactly. Oh, he makes the 10 high call.
He makes the call.
Let's go.
Here we go. What a call. Insane. Okay.
Oh, my God. You're never going to put your opponent on a 3 in that situation. That's so cool. I can't believe that.
He should rename himself to 10 high glory.
Yeah, just my hero glory. There you go.
Yes.
MH glory. That's
okay.
Awesome.
So King Lachnus is ramping it up now. 7-5 suited. He really
hello.
A straight. And a straight flush draw as well.
He's got a bit of a pattern here. He seems to make a big mistake and then followed by like getting a massive hand and then make a big mistake and then just get ace king.
And he actually
gets some action.
Does it in the right time, because now he'll get some action from Glory.
Wow. There is
maybe that was just all the. Oh my God! Maybe that was just the plan all the way, just to show some 3-7 suited shenanigans,
yeah, exactly.
just to get action.
Exactly, and it seems to be working. Oh, CZ Glory wakes up with jacks here in the small blind. Yeah, we've definitely seen some.
James.
I think Tom has it right. I think they're trying to throw some curveballs today. They They gave out some tickets or something this week. They're like, yeah, let's see how most of the population plays. Let's go. DTS Travka.
Ace 10 off. And It's really tough to pronounce the names. Hamzezeif. Hudson Piccolotto. This is tricky. Is it going to be 3-bet? Does he want to tangle in a big pot with the second biggest stack at the table?
Wow, that's a big 3-bet too.
That's a huge one.
Wow, that's ginormous.
Yes.
It's like more than 4x, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it gets it built. Well, gets the job done.
I mean, I guess the answer is, does he want to tangle? Yes. Does he really want to tangle? No, I'm just going to make it huge and see if I can just end it right here, right now. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that worked well. Now Trafka coming in with the raise, 6-5 suited. Nixis calls behind with the ace-4 of clubs. And I'm pretty sure they're all after Par's bounty in the big blind because he only has 2 big blinds. So let's see what CZ Glory has in mind here. I mean, there's maybe an argument even for 3-betting in a spot like this just to get out the loose stuff that is trying to get after Par's bounty in the big blind because they know he's just going to put it in. And now Trafka makes the better hand with the 6-5. And takes it down, drawing dead for Par.
All right.
GG.
Boom. GG to Par, exits in 47th position, taking off $1,183 in bounty value. So actually had a pretty good bounty run, and $602 for his 47th place finish. GG, congrats, buddy. See you in the next one.
You know what's really tricky about these bounty tournaments, also in the late stage, when there is a lot of small bounties or even small stacks with bigger bounties in play, that's where you really have to pay attention when people are opening and you just have like a standard fold, usually like ace-deuce offsuit, but all of a sudden it turns out it might actually be a good spot to try and pick it up,
right.
Because people are just opening super wide because of those bounties.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to miss those spots. I've been missing those spots so many times.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Especially if you're multi-tailing, it can be really difficult. You know, you're just, you know, for so long we're in a habit of basically just looking at what our cards are and what the position is, and all of a sudden now you have to look at all the other stacks and where all the other people are positioned and the stacks that they have and what kind of pull they or what kind of moves that they can make in order to, you know, negotiate themselves into a place where they can steal, you know, bounties for cheap, etc.
Wow.
Wow.
King Legends getting it in with the Queen Jack, second pair against top 2 from Glory. And he takes out 2 players and 2 bounties.
Wow. Okay, so it's going well for CZ Glory. We've just seen so many bust out, you guys. We're already down to 43 runners in the Sunday Million. So those guys exit in 44th and 45th place, respectively. King takes home $914 in bounties and $602 for his bust. And 45th place for 2 outer James, $609 in bounties and $602 in prize pool cash. GG's, guys. We're down to 43.
That's insane.
We're down to
CZ
42.
Glory picking up another $800. Wow.
Yeah, what a nice little spot. Man, what's going on today, Flix? Everyone's dropping like flies.
They just wanted to be over.
Oh, here we go. Got another all in.
10 against Ace King.
Hudson.
Safe.
Hudson, Ace King. Best hand wins.
Wow. I can't believe it.
All right. So Hamze exits in 42nd place, $557 in bounty and $602 in prize pool cash. So GG to you, sir. They're dropping like flies, guys.
I like the limp, by the way, here from Hudson, I must say. I think that's a really nice play because it gets Glory to try and go after the pot in a more aggressive way, and he's able to limp call or limp jam and pick up more chips this way.
Yeah, if I was in CZ Glory's position, I'd probably raise any 2 cards versus that limp, given our stack sizes. So very, very cool to recognize the player dynamic, the stack depth dynamic that exists there.
Mia-san Mia opening ace-9 offsuit on the cutoff. Yeah. Probably not getting any action.
Sorry, Taruli in the chat just asking what the average is right now. Currently, average stack is 12 million chips or thereabouts.
So Medelinburg against T. Gessen with pocket sixes. I am assuming sixes should just jam.
I like the shove.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds good.
It's the best play. Just picking up the pot pre-flop, not allowing any more cards to come on the flop, and just taking home the safe chips. Okay, now this is interesting. Pair of fives for T. Gessen and an open-ended straight draw for Travka. I don't know why I pronounce it like that, but this is in my mind how I imagine it to be pronounced. Travka calls.
Yep.
Needs an ace or a six. T. Gessen checks.
Yeah, I think this might be like having 5-4 on the queen 5-3 flop. Like there's not really that many good turns, so I understand why people like to bet and take it down. The problem is that when you play against better opponents, they'll start to float you with gut shots and stuff on the flop, and then it becomes very difficult to know what to do on the turn. So it's probably GTO to just check this flop and then call, but then it obviously changes that dynamic if you're not comfortable calling on turns and rivers as well, and you need to know a little bit more about your opponent. So I appreciate the bet, but also I think that sometimes you should just have a check there as well.
Yeah, and exactly this is what happened. So Travka was able to pick up the pot because T. Gessen was not willing to go any further with his third pair.
All right, just the rip from ace-10 here.
Here we go. There's a confirmation. You pronounced Travka correctly. Nice. Thank you.
Somebody in the chat here asking, why is first and second the same payout or close enough? First and second are the same payouts in terms of actual prize pool cash, but don't forget that first place actually wins their own bounties as well that they've accrued. So first place is usually approximately double what first place is, something like that. So first place today will be something like 80K around there once they include their own bounty value. But it depends how it all goes down.
And CZ Glory opening it up with the Jack-6 suited. Just your casual open race in under the gun +1.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But he's running into Travka's ace-deuce.
Yeah, it was a pretty speedy check from Travka as well. He's just like, yeah, probably not going to get any value by betting on the turn. Might get a hero call from a 7 if I play my hand this way.
Nope, but Travka wins this one and chips up nicely. He's been doing a good job from 16 million to 26 million. Nice and easy without a showdown so far.
Yeah, and I've actually just noticed, guys, on the other table that we just left, or the table that just broke, I should say, our friend Ifgassen. However, he actually only has $50 in bounties so far, so he's one of those players who managed to get really deep, but still has very, very, if not any bounties at this point in the tournament. So hopefully we'll see him take some as he progresses.
Level 6, it says in the chat, I saw some dude had a $50 bounty still. How is that possible? I think the last time we commented, we even had a $25 bounty and a start bounty on the final table, right?
Yeah, that was crazy.
It can happen.
It does happen, yeah. I mean, just chipping up without actually knocking anyone out, but many people accumulate their chips by actually eliminating players, so it is pretty unusual.
I would be really, I think I wouldn't even be surprised if somebody said, I didn't even see it was a bounty tournament. I just read this tournament, you know, I just played my way and I just didn't see it was a bounty tournament.
we did have that one week, Flix, remember, where we got heads up and then the very first hand the guy 3-bet jammed like Jack-7 off for like 40 bigs into ace-king. And we just sat there. We were trying to figure out why. We're going, is there a chance he just didn't realize that there was a bounty tournament and he just thought they were getting the same prize money? And it was like, because he was being pretty solid up until that point, you know?
Maybe he just wanted to go. I don't know. Sometimes people do things for reasons we don't know.
Ah, yes.
That's the beauty of poker also. So Nix is actually folding ace-10 offsuited in that spot is pretty interesting, even though he has a decent spot to make some play against somebody who might be opening quite wide. I would have probably at least put in a little 3-bet here to like 2 million or something, or even 1.8 million.
Wow. Look at this flop for CZ
What a
Glory.
flop.
My
Yes.
my guy is absolutely killing it. If your opponent's going to check this flop, you probably want to put in some size, but not big at all. Like, you just want to try and get a crying call from ace king, ace queen, ace 10. And takes it down.
Nice hand. 8-3 suited. Travka got queens.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we get a defend from Mette Lindberg in the big blind with the jack 9 off. Yes, he does. But I don't think he's going to continue much on the board like this. Oh, no, he has other plans. He actually does.
Chad is asking what 40th place plays. We're still in the $602 bracket. We don't have a pay jump until 31st. So once we lose our 32nd player, we'll be playing for another $240 or thereabouts. $844 is the next pay jump. Everyone right now currently guaranteed $602.
Oh, we got a new player at the table, Bruno Bezer. Those names are really great.
Yeah, we got some good ones today. Bruno Bezer.
I just imagine like these names to be for wrestlers, you know, Bruno Bezer entering the table.
He kind of has a cat attire, but it's like a tiger. But I suppose that is like a big cat, so fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Nix is coming in with the open, king 9 suited.
Big blind defending pretty wide here. I think 3-4 off is probably a little bit on the wide side, but obviously when you can win a bounty, it changes things pretty significantly. So if 4-3 off is like maybe slightly too wide by like some percentage of one big blind or something, you can probably justify a call there just to try and get really lucky.
It's probably a much better defend with the 3-4 offs and then offsuit against the bounty from under the gun than any of the high card hands would be.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah, that's
It has
true.
more, usually when it flops more equity that is probably not dominated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like it a lot.
And you have a good chance at making bounties. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, bounty tournaments just require a different kind of thinking because also the opening ranges from good players change a lot because they know that they will be chased a lot or they might be 3-bet a lot more. So they're probably a lot tighter in that regard. Bruno Bezer opening with the ace-jack of hearts. Big blind defense with king 6 off. I predict a c-bet and a fold. Nope. Bruno has different plans.
And he lets the king 6 get there. I mean, if I'm king 6, I probably always lead the turn here. You get so much value from random king of spades, random ace of spades, and also you're not going to run into a flush here that often, or even a straight. A lot of the straight draws and flush draws just like to bet this sort of like paired board, low paired board texture. And I think you're just going to have the best hand such an overwhelming amount of the time on the turn there. You want to try and get some value and protect your hand from some of the combos I just described as well.
Yeah. Now, CZ Glory against Travka again, the big stacks battle.
Yes, indeed.
What's Hudson going to do? Is he going to join the party? No, he folds.
Yeah.
I think it's a good fold with the ace-deuce offsuit. You're going to get into trouble a lot, especially multi-way.
Yep. I really like
as
the
a
fold.
short stack.
Yep. Yeah. It doesn't have that much ammunition to try and make any cool plays out, post flop really that much. So he has to flop good, and versus even against the bigger stack, I think he's just gonna probably be dominated too often there.
Yeah. Oh, love the check by Check Glory, by the way. Just to try and induce some bluffs.
Yeah. Once he hits the queen, though, obviously now he knows he's probably only ever going to get paid by like another ace in this scenario. So he does go for the check and a small bet from 8-7 of hearts.
Wow. He does get some action from 8 high.
I don't know if maybe the smaller size is a bit of a tell though here, Flix, because like would he really, if he had like 5s full on an ace high board, would he really go so small, or would he even? Yeah, exactly. So I think this is such an astute raise on the river because I just think if he did have like fives full, quad fours, probably wouldn't have missed a bet on the turn in the first place. And then also, if he did miss, he probably would never miss the opportunity to go for like max value, like maybe even overpot on the river. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the way Jack Lowry played this, actually. Really got the maximum out of this particular hand, but probably also out of his range.
Yeah. Yeah, so far it's been a bit of a what's the word? A bit of a clinic here from CZ Glory. Seems to be really flexing on everybody, and I love to see it.
50 million chips. Insane. He even defends 8 deuce offsuit and hits a pair. That's how you play bounty tournaments, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go bounties. Let's go. Love it.
I play a tight range. 8 deuce offsuit or better.
That's right. 8 deuce offsuit or better. Oh, I missed those. Those are so fun. Don't worry, buddy. I'll play tight. 8 deuce suited or better.
And pretty sure this is a value bet with that deuce. Also has a gut shot to back it up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, with no action on the flop, it's just kind of like the king-6 spot. It's probably a little bit more convoluted than the king-6 spot because it's not the paired flop. So there's probably some check behinds that might improve on the turn or whatever. But when you have a gut shot and you think you might have the best hand, on the turn, I think you just go ahead and bet some amount and just try and protect it. Sometimes you can get lucky and just spike the straight regardless. I think, we're taught that gut shots are a bad draw. Don't chase gut shots. That's what they tell you when you first start playing poker, and it's a hard rule and not something that's can be nuanced, and that's how they try and prevent you from chasing for too much. But we learn as we play that having a gut shot as backup usually means you can go a little bit crazier in those situations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Having some
look at this beautiful hand, by the way. Look at how beautifully Nix's trapped the dead money in the middle and just gets 2 people going here.
It's the dream.
It's the dream. He just flats aces. He wants Glory to come over the top because he knows Glory is a lose-aggressive player with the big stack. And the battle of the big stacks, they don't even had him on the radar. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he's trapped all that dead money in the middle, and he deserves that. I think he deserves that pot very much. I mean, I love it.
Yeah, there are some really, really cute little trappy spots you can do in PKOs, and this is awesome. He wants to go for the protection.
What is happening here? Ace-6 offsuit, getting it all in.
Oh no! What's he done?
What in the world just happened? And I said Nix's deserved this pot. I should never say such a thing again. Oh my god.
Flix, that's my friend. You can't say stuff like that.
Yeah. I was just about to say. I think somebody's gonna text me. Nix's is my friend. How could you? I'm sorry, Nix's friends.
I mean, look, guys. You can't knock him. I think the squeeze from CZ Glory is really cool. He's unlucky to run into aces. Aces plays a perfect trap. Totally deserves this pot. CZ tries to protect and not get the bounty away from Trufka. Wow. And what a run out. GG. We have another all-in, you guys.
All-in ace-king against Jack-8. There's the king.
All right.
And we lose Medellin.
Okay, so let's get this straight, guys. We saw Nixis leave, who took home $1,235 in bounties and $602 in regular knockout cash or regular prize pool money. And then Meta Lindbergh, we just saw exit the tournament, $982 in bounties and $602 from the prize pool. So commiserations to both players, and in particular, obviously, Nixis, who had that beautiful play with the aces.
That's just the way poker goes sometimes. You just set up the trap beautifully. It's just prepared. Like the dinner is already on the table.
I mean,
and then just somebody comes in.
Yeah.
Flips the table.
Yeah, so like in this spot, guys, Nixis only has like 20 big blinds, but by the time they had played their hand like that, they were getting like more than a double. Like there was so much additional dead money because of the flat from Trufka.
Insane.
It's just such a perfect little moment.
So much value for him in this pot.
So much. Yeah. Anyway, unlucky buddy, and yeah, GG's.
And again, on the turn, Bruno Bazur spikes an ace. Also, ace-6 offsuit is just the worst ace ever, isn't it?
I think that's think that's maybe why I prefer the squeeze from CZ Glory than a flat or something like that. You know,
Yeah,
like it just
for sure.
he's like, let's just get this out of the way right now. I don't want to have to play this
Yeah.
post flop, and then suddenly he's getting back raised, and he's like, oh dear, I think I might have made a mistake.
Okay, I'm committed.
Yeah,
What can I
exactly.
do?
What can I do? Goodbye, Trofka. I'm taking this bounty home, and that's what he did. CZ Glory up to 2.1 thousand in bounties already.
I just can't get over it. It's just such a beautiful spot. It just blows my mind sometimes how intense poker can be with these little things that just go off or go wrong in like some directions, and then all of a sudden everything changes.
Oh,
It's the beauty of the game.
dear. Okay, guys, so I guess we're going to go on a break here. All right, guys, that's break number 1. We only have 30 players remaining in this Sunday Million PKO, which means we are 29 places away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $53,000 and bounties as well. Currently, CZ Glory, our chip leader at the start of today, is still the chip leader now. We're just going to take a short 5-minute break, and we will get right back to the action. Oh, Flix. Okay, let's carry on this conversation because this is just one of those things. Like, one.
I'm still speechless.
I know. I'm just speechless. Let me just try and find the words here. So, you and I have been playing poker for a long time, and obviously, traditional Texas Hold'em, just playing a freeze-out tournament or freeze-out with re-entries where you're just playing purely for a prize pool was much more a normal thing. And we were talking about how, back in the day, you'd multi-table. You're just looking at what cards you have, and you're looking at, looking at what your position is, and that's how you define what you're going to do pre-flop. Obviously, late game, there's some decisions you make according to ICM and stuff like that. You need to know what the other stacks are, whatever. But for the most part, you've got like 5 tables open. You're both in the middle of the tournament. You can just go for whatever. Having the sort of game awareness to have the trap with aces in that scenario, I think, is really, really interesting. Having the awareness that there is a big stack on the button that's going to put in a lot of weird squeezes there and put you in tough, tricky spots.
Yeah.
Again, just having the presence of mind to actually know that there's a trap to be had there, when for the most part, even in PKOs, what you want to be doing is putting chips in where you're going to get a lot of action because people are hunting your bounty. There's this tightrope, right? So he's going, oh, this is a raised pot. I'm one of the short stacks. He can knock me out. He can win my bounty. Should I just go ahead and put in a small raise now, get as much action as possible, knowing that he's going to hunt my bounty? Or just wait a minute, look at the other big stack on the table. He's on the button, and now if I limp here, I can get more than a double up in this pot if I play my cards right.
Yeah, there's so many more layers that you have to pay attention to in PKO tournaments. It's insane, and it still blows my mind. You also have to evaluate how much worth is the bounty actually in relation to starting stack and to the phase of the tournament. So as the tournament progresses, as the chip stacks get bigger, even the bigger bounty numbers get less attractive because they're not as much, the relationship is not as worthy as it was in the beginning of the tournament. So you have to consider all these things, and you have to also consider like how far are the big stacks or the other stacks are they going for the bounty in play. And you have to make so many more assessments and so many more layers and levels. It's insane sometimes. And I think like I played yesterday. I actually played only 2 tournaments. I played the warm-up and the Sunday Million, and I just felt like I was more than done with the action. I was happy just looking for each individual spot with the bounties. There was so many things going on in a PKO tournament. It's insane sometimes, for sure.
Yeah. No, I love doing this kind of commentary with you because I know that you are the kind of player that really appreciates the sort of, just appreciates poker and just likes poker, and just appreciates the levels that are added when there's circumstances like this. But then also having said that, situations like this where you're getting busted by ace-6 when you've got aces wouldn't happen nearly as frequently if we weren't playing PKOs in the first place. So the savage beats raining down on the players with all the cool traps as well. I think that's funny.
Yeah, for sure. Just reminds me of a hand back in the days, World Series of Poker. I think it was like ace-6 offs against pocket aces from Sean Deep, Maximilian Heinzelmann, I think. It was like 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, 6-bet, all in call. Those kind of things don't happen anymore these days. Today it's just like 20 big blinds, 30 big blinds. You just 3-bet squeeze all in. And I think these kind of things don't happen that much anymore. But still, these suckouts, they happen all the time. And even if you prepare the best possible trap and everything is just laid out perfectly, things can just go so horribly wrong. It's just like life, You cannot really. You can only prepare as good as you can, and then just let the cards roll.
That's exactly it. Yeah, no, it reminds me of we during Barcelona, guys, we did a lot of during our breaks. We would show lots of EPT retro footage that we put together. I'm not sure you did commentary for some EPT retro. Did you feel like something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So basically, we were watching old EPT footage, but we were putting modern commentary over the old game or the game it was
Must
played.
be insane.
And honestly, it's just so funny how different the game is from then and now. And people were just so confused about what they were doing with really strong hands. They'd have Queen Jack, and they're turning Queen Jack into a bluff pre-flop completely unnecessarily. They're just check raising with Ace King on low paired boards, and going absolutely crazy in situations where now we'd just be like, why is he bluffing? Why is he bluffing? And back then they're like, I don't have a pair, I have to bluff. I don't understand. I'm going to get him to fold queens here or something. I don't know. Anyway, guys, we're going back to the action. Let's get back to it. Sorry, Felix. Finish your sentence.
No worries. Yeah, I was just thinking, because you made me think about this. I think today, reasoning for playing a hand in a certain way is yeah, I think I have to check raise 70% of the time. I have to use my blockers well. I have to do this with a backdoor flush draw. I have to do it with a gut shot. I'm just gonna check call my top pairs, middle pairs. Back in the days, it used to be I don't think he has anything. I check raise.
Yeah, exactly. It's I knew you were bluffing. All right, I'm all in.
I knew you were bluffing. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't hit anything, so I turned my hand into a bluff.
Exactly.
That's the reasoning. But and I think today is sometimes when you look at modern poker, things still might look this way. If you look at it from an outer perspective, it might look oh, actually, all he's thinking, everybody's yeah, he probably has some sick thought process behind it. But all he was basically thinking was I don't think he has anything.
Yeah, that's it's so true, isn't it? It's so true. We tend to think in such a straight line now, and back then it was just yeah, I got a vibe, so I just did it. You're just oh, sometimes I wish I could go back to that. That just felt so good. Yeah. There's been a lot of really funny content from Ben CB as well recently, making fun of solver guys versus exploit guys.
But to be honest, sometimes I think the most easy or most obvious betting lines, the easiest betting lines are still the valid ones, or your intuition also still works, and you can throw all the solvers and the blockers and the frequencies, you can throw them overboard. When your read is right, your read is right.
Yeah,
I mean, all you need to know is how is your opponent going to play Ace King in that situation. If he only has Ace King in that situation, then he only has Ace King.
Right.
So no solvers in the world can tell you otherwise.
Yeah,
so
I mean, or you just go, okay, I'm node locking. They go, okay, what do you want to node lock? And you go, he only has Ace King, literally just Ace King. Node lock only Ace King. And then you go, okay, cool, do the solve. You go, okay, okay, can you run the solve if he only has Ace King? What's the board?
100% fold.
Yes, 100% fold. Okay, I've done the solver work for you, Flix. Don't worry, buddy. It's cool.
But yeah, it happens in live poker a lot, and I see it a lot also with more live poker that I play, which I really enjoy, because it also helps me to get back to what you were just saying, getting back to that perspective on poker that is even more basic and raw, and not putting everything into numbers, and not putting everything into, not rationalizing everything, but more putting the feel back into poker, because it's a game played by humans, So there is a lot of emotion involved. There's a lot of vibe. There's a lot of energy. So you also have to account for that, and you can't always justify everything with numbers and mathematics.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I think that's the takeaway, right? Don't be discouraged when you see these guys doing this very quote unquote advanced study. It can be useful, but then you have a whole nother sort of you're okay, cool, I learned everything I'm supposed to learn from the solver. I put in the time, and I've got all these ideas, and I've got this memory of what I'm supposed to do in these situations. Now you have to go away and dream on it and sleep on it, and you have to try and go, now how useful is that information? Probably not as useful as I think it was. Now how do I taper that and ignore, what do I ignore from all of that study that I did, so that I can actually play good poker now as well? So
yes,
it's almost like you go to the library and you buy all the books, and then you read all the books, and then you're okay, now of those books, what information is actually going to be useful? If you just go in and read the whole library, it's not necessarily all going to be information you're going to take away with you. So.
Yeah, also, I mean, it's just like in life, all the information that you pick out of books or out of solvers or whatever you use to study, you have to pick the stuff that works for you specifically, because we're all individuals. We all have our different playing styles or different weaknesses and strengths. So we have to also, adjust what we learn to our individual playing styles and to what we actually can do best. So play to your strengths.
and don't worry too much about the weaknesses, you know.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Dr. Miku, by the way, new player at the table.
Yeah. Dr.
And
Miku.
another cool name.
I was gonna say I feel like we're getting lucky with the names. By the way, we had a comment here from Hawaii Style, says a freeze out with reentries. Now I said a freeze out, or a tournament that's played purely for prize entries that have reentries is what I was trying to get at. I meant non PKOs, which are now obviously more popular.
Mm-hmm. Glory with the 7-8 suited. Of course, he's opening. That's a premium hand for him, at least.
Oh, 8-7 suited is a premium hand for everybody. Come on, this is absolutely beautiful.
That's true. That's true. That's true. You're right. You're right. We got a 3-way pot. Flush draw for Travka. Top pair for Mia San Mia. And Glory is probably gonna... No, he's checking. He's not c-betting this one. Okay, so chances are good that Mia San Mia is going to win this pot, but we don't know just yet.
I mean, check out that sweet straighty flushy draw.
Yeah. Every jack, every spade, which is, yeah. It's tough. I mean, he has to call the third of the... Oh, interesting.
Wow.
That is interesting, for sure. I mean, it's interesting because I'm saying this because Mia San Mia mostly has 9x. He has most of the 9x in his range because he's in the big blind. And Travka raising on the button. He gets the ace to fold.
Wow. I didn't see that line, but I really like it. Now in hindsight, I feel like, yeah, he could definitely rep a 9 there. No problem at all, right? Like, just...
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he's got such a nice combo draw as backup as well. Like, even if somebody does have ace-10 and they get sticky, you still have really good equity against that. So... Very, very cool little spot.
Nice play.
I didn't see it, but I definitely like it.
Yeah. Dr. Miku.
Dr. Miku.
It sounds Miku. It sounds like, I don't know. It sounds Finnish or Swedish, and Miku because of Ü.
Yeah, because
it's more
the
German.
The Chu mit Ö.
Chu mit Ö. Yes, you got this.
Yeah, it sounds.
Your German is getting better every time we do commentary together, Nick.
I try, but I feel like it sounds Japanese, but with the U, it's like a German doctor that lives in Japan.
Yeah,
Dr. Miku.
Get these pictures. Oh my god.
Okay, I hope you guys
just
are all,
imagine.
I hope these players are watching so that they can update their avatars according to our predictions of who they are and where they're from. Yeah.
And now some Japanese doctor. A German doctor in Japan is going to go like...
I'm going to get an email from Dr. Miku. He's going to be like, how did you know? I moved from Germany 7 years ago. I've been living in Tokyo this whole time. Might get some action here, guys. It's only 10 big blinds. Excuse me, what am I talking about? There was an open, excuse me. We're not that big yet, just yet. It's about 20 big blinds there. But he does fold the ace-queen.
We're getting another email from Bruno Bezer saying that he just finished a wrestling match and decided to play the Sunday Million after.
His finishing move is called the White Tiger. He's famous. He's famous for it. That's why his avatar is a white tiger.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, Bruno Bezer with the fold there with ace queen again. I feel like that might be on the tighter side for when we're playing for bounties, but it was for a big chunk of his tournament life as well. So I appreciate the fold too.
The Bezer defense. And Glory hits top here. Oh, we got to do it. If Bruno makes it to the final table, I'll introduce him as, and here we got Bruno Bezer.
And they call him Bruno Bezer. I definitely used to have a John Cena meme at some point. One second, let's see if I have this anymore.
I gotta admit, I didn't even know for a long time who John Cena was because I was out of wrestling. I wasn't in touch with that anymore until I saw that, and that was a meme, right? It's a meme.
Yeah.
So, everybody, and they call him
John Cena.
Bruno Bezer. All right, we got a jam. No messing with Bruno Bezer here in this spot. Glory makes the fold with the ace 3 off.
Yeah. The day
Hudson has a cross pocket fours.
the day I bought my stream deck, I just started making loads of like little individual user memes for all of the my original regs. Had like little little sound bites for everybody when they came in, but I haven't got rid of them yet. This is pretty funny.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna try and keep it DMCA compliant though. DMCA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I used to have a lot of these as well. Haven't done them in a while. I should probably pick them up again for my stream.
Yeah.
Well, this time, Bruno is most likely going to fold.
Yeah, I mean, if he's folding ace queen for the booty, I think he's probably gonna fold jack 9 off here as well, just making it look good. CZ Glory.
I think he's going to open this one. I'm fairly certain. I believe.
I feel like ace 8. Wow,
No.
okay, really interesting. I feel like ace 8's definitely going to be in there. If he's opening hands like queen 5 suited, obviously the suited hands play better than many of the, the offsuit aces anyway, but yeah, I was kind of expecting that as well, Flix.
Well, let's see what Dr. Miku has in mind with the pocket fours. The doctor.
Mia might just decide to rip this in.
Yeah, I think we could see both plays, calling or jamming. I think jamming will probably get forced to fold.
Yeah, I think it probably should as well at this stage. We are okay, just the flat. Does come jack high.
Good flop for Mia. The 4 in Bruno's name is supposed to be an A, so it's Becerra.
Bruno
Becerra.
Becerra. That does
Even better.
That does sound even better. I do prefer that as his wrestling name.
Thank you for improving the sound of his name for us.
Root in the chat says, howdy y'all, welcome back, Nick. Thanks for the dope coverage in Barcelona. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it, man. I had the best time. You don't have to thank me. It was really my pleasure. Yeah, ace-jack just wants to see it. I mean, I feel like if you're gonna slow play ace-jack, though, this is probably overplaying ace-jack once you get here. Like, it doesn't want to mess around. You got top pair. I don't think shoving is ever going to be bad, per se, but if you're going to slow play ace-jack and you hit a top pair like that, I think probably check jamming is a little bit over the top. I don't know what you think, Flix.
Yeah, I don't see. I mean, you're hoping that somebody puts you on king queen or 8-9 or even queen 9, for that matter. But I don't see yourselves getting called by too many weaker hands.
Worse hands, right? I mean,
maybe king jack,
Sure.
But even queen jack can't feel good about this jam.
Right. I mean, yeah, the kind of hands you'd like him to, like, you want him to have queen jack or king jack and put you on king queen, but immediately, but immediately you're blocking them from having the jack, and then they're also blocking themselves from blocking you from having the draw that they'd like you to have.
Yeah,
and the draw that you do have king queen, you probably have really good equity against them anyway, and they hate the spot regardless. So it's just, yeah, I don't know. We do see a very aggressive shove. Ace jack might actually come along here. Yeah, CZ Glory just applying max pressure. I think this is a great, adjusted, PKO shove, honestly. I think this is going to do totally fine.
I mean, this is a 30 big blind jam, and I think ace-jack has a tough time calling here.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
With 27 players left.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is a really tough spot for ace-jack. If he puts the pieces together, he'll still call. Yeah, he does call.
He makes the call.
Ace high.
There is an ace.
All right.
And another one, so... huge call getting rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, full double for Mia, but you guys can see what kind of pressure that puts Mia under. Like, if they have more time bank, I wonder if they even find the fold, right? It looks like they were running out of time to make a big decision there.
Yeah.
Might have just panicked and called, but makes the right call, and I think they kind of hit the nail on the head with the adjustment there. But what a weird spot. Like, if you can get ace-jack to consider folding, think about how many hands you get to fold there by jamming king 10, honestly. And then you have you have great equity against it regardless for the bounty. So it's just such an upside either way.
If he has a tough call with ace-jack, then you get ace-10 to fold, probably. You get king-jack to fold, maybe even king-queen to fold.
Right.
You get all the better hands you get to fold,
Yeah.
the ones that dominate you actually. So if you're getting called, yeah, you still have a lot of equity.
Yeah.
Even though.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like you get like, oh man, you get like, you get ace jack to call, you're still like 35%, 40% to win a bounty anyway. It's just,
Yeah.
it's really, really beautiful. That the adjusted shove there, I think, is very spot on from CZ Glory.
Yeah. Not even counting all the offsuited ace X combinations that Button is having to fold there.
Right.
Like the ace deuce through ace 9.
Yeah, you get tons of stuff that have good equity to fold. You get tons of stuff that are actually marginally beating you to fold. If like you said, you probably get king queen, king jack to fold, and that's just unreal. Like that is, that's such a huge win for you. Like, you know, theoretically speaking.
For sure. Bruno with the 5 high. Betting with the 5 high. Still has 5 high.
Yeah, both players kind of with the same chip stack here as well. I don't imagine Bruno wants to fire again. I don't think the 4 of spades is even really a card that a lot of people will use as a continue. My thought was if he did bet the turn, though, I wonder if queen 4 wants to sort of check raise. But I think maybe on the 9-10 queen, you're going to run into some stuff, some bigger 2 pairs and stuff once in a while that you don't want to see.
Yeah.
So probably play it slower.
Bruno should try to bluff here, I guess, because he can represent a jack, and he does with a slight overbet.
Wow.
I like it, actually.
Yeah, if you're going to bluff, I think this is the right size because he's aware that there is going to be some queens that he needs to convince to fold. Maybe not 2 pair. I think 2 pair is one of the combinations that will get sticky here. 2 pair plus.
And obviously, Dr. Miku doesn't like it in this spot. He needs to use his time bank.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe just the check on the turn isn't telling the right story. Like, they're at a stack depth where I think you might turn a jack into a semi-bluff twice from position, so you might bet flop, bet turn. The 4 of spades might be a clean card for you to bet with a jack. Makes the call. Nice.
Makes the call. Wow.
Yeah.
What a call.
Very, very good.
What a call.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the 4 of spades means that you can probably continue barreling a jack because you can get some second and third pairs to fold on the turn. And the 4 doesn't usually change a lot, you know. So I'm not sure if you're telling completely the right story, but if you do want to try and rep the jack, the overbet is the way to do it, and I think you will get enough folds there to make that a good play for sure.
I like how both players played. I think it's fine.
Yeah, me too. All right, queen jack can open up here.
This is something interesting about poker, you know. You just, some hands you just go, I like how this player played this hand. I like how this player played this hand. You know, one of them wins, of course. The other one loses. And still, both players have played great.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Yeah, I think that's just a really good way to think about poker in general. Like, rather than going, I mean, obviously, we want to try not to be results-oriented, right, in the first place, but that's already, like, level 1. But what I mean by that is, like, looking at a situation where there was a negative outcome and there's a chance that what you did might not be profitable enough, but rather than looking at it, you know, in a vacuum, kind of going like, you know, do I think this works often enough against multiple players, against different player types, and against my player pool, you know? Yeah. And so, you know, going like, was this the right play? I'm not sure. Was this the right play against this player? I'm not sure. And then, was this the correct play against my entire player pool? And then trying to make decisions at every single level and trying to sort of figure out if you did that 1,000 times against 1,000 random players, like, you know, what kind of players would call, what kind of players wouldn't. Is there some learning that we can do there as well, where we can say, you know, against more reckless players, I would never take this line because I know they get too sticky with 2 pair. Against the more passive players, I can always take this line. I think breaking stuff down in that sort of way is really, really good for you know, just because it allows you to sort of imagine the way that other perceive your play as well as improving your play in the process.
Yeah, I agree. Not much happening right here. Raise and call from the small blind. Bruno Bezzera.
Bezzera. I'm gonna go Bezzera on your ass. What do you say, brother?
Just imagine him speaking like this.
I got ace queen, brother.
What are you gonna do? I'm checking.
You're gonna taste the Bazera. Ace queen
And
gets to showdown.
check,
Happy
check.
days.
I think Chino should have probably at least made an effort to bet at this spot
You gotta
because he can definitely represent
the
some
small
stuff
blind.
here.
You can bluff everything, right? You got all kinds of stuff
Yes.
there. I mean, Bruno's like now. Bruno's going. Do I try and get him to fold a 6 or a 5? Like, you know, do I even bother? Gets the showdown. Nice hand.
Got ace jack in the small blind again. For Mia. Some good experiences with ace jack. Oh, we got a Signor back also in the big blind. Signor Firione. 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 Signor Firione.
Signore Ferione. Okay, Bazera. He's got the queen 8 suited. I like it. I love it. Let's go. Let's go to town. Okay.
Yeah, just flatting in the small blind.
I mean, this guy obviously doesn't know how to play ace jack. We've discussed this at great length, Felix. Never see the flop. Never.
No, 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 no. Mia, you have to learn. Watch this stream, please, more often. Ace jack offsuit, just it's not suitable to see a flop for this hand.
It's not even a drawing hand. You just get it in. You just get it in, and everyone folds, and that's the best way to play it. I mean, Bruno Bazera is thinking, oh, please have pocket 8s. Please have pocket 8s. I'm just going to get so much value here. Please have pocket 9s. Please have pocket 9s.
Mia, you have to understand, ace jack offsuit is an unmade hand. It's not possible.
It's an unmade hand, and it's an unmade, and it's not a drawing hand. It doesn't do any. It serves no purpose. You just shove and you hope everyone folds.
Yes. It's the only hand that has good blockers and just never wants to see a flop. So, another one with an unmade hand. Ace jack offsuit from under the gun. And Glory calling in the big blind. All right. Well, this is also how you can play ace jack offsuit sometimes, at least. But it's a low frequency play. I think that's all this will tell you. Wow. Is that an 8 or a 5? I can't see.
It's an ocho.
It is an 8, indeed. I thought my contact lenses are not working.
Turn the ocho, you guys.
Oh my god.
6 of clubs, river.
And the 8 doesn't even look so threatening for the ace jack. I think ace jack will always think that he's most likely ahead still.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this run out slows him down a bit just because there is the 1 card straight on board, but
yeah,
seems pretty juicy. Full pot.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe he's repping that 7 a bit too hard and Verse is going to get away from the 1 pair, but maybe he's thinking that the larger size can be a bluff. That's the beauty of these polarizing river bets. They look really bluffy. They're either a made hand or they're nothing. Gets the call.
Gets the call.
Wow, that's a huge pot there.
Glory.
CZ Glory, the masterclass we've been seeing from him so far, turns a set, and he's up to 57 million. I believe he's going to be almost our chip daddy. He's actually currently second in chips, you guys, but only just by a few. Currently up there with Servej as well. Currently looking at our current chip leader.
Adding another rule on how to play ace jack: just don't let people see turn cards.
Yeah, just
deny equity where you can.
Okay, new rule, guys. If you have ace jack and you can't get it in pre-flop, just let it go. Okay, get it in pre-flop or let it go. Easy.
Or at least try to protect your hand on the flop and don't check it back.
That is a very, very spicy flop. Oh man, if I'm jacks, I'm gonna make it like 50% here. It goes for like closer to 1/3. I think when the big blind defends here, they're gonna have so many chunky draws that they want to try and like do weird stuff with.
Yeah, I wonder if you want to check raise or check call you against the third pot sizing. I think you probably just want to check call because you don't represent too much of the scary stuff.
Right.
I just check raise.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I'm kind of with you though, Flix. Like, I mean, you can still have 9-5 suited, you can still have 9 deuce suited, you can still have 5 deuce suited, but it's not.
And that's the thing, you know, when somebody figures out what you're going after on a board like this, he could just jam and deny equity, or you have the tough call to make like this. But who knows?
Wow.
And he misses. He misses. Too many outs.
So we do see Verse there exit the tournament. Verse is going to take home $1,615 for bounties and $1,185 for exiting in 20th place, guys. We are down to 19 already. What is going on today? This is absolutely crazy. We're getting it through them so quick. Yeah, man, that was. I mean, like Flix says as well, you've got so much equity, and when you check raise, you're inviting somebody to rip it in against you, and then you have a decision like, have I invested too much to fold my straight flush draw, basically?
Yeah.
And it's, you know.
I was thinking on a 9-5 deuce board, if you check raise there, it just screams of you either having like a flush draw or combo draw of some sort, or like a 9, like a decent 9.
Yeah.
And with that being said, if you get somebody who's paying attention to this, he can just rip it in on you, and then you have to make a tough decision if you want to call for your tournament live with a draw or with a decent 9. So you're putting yourself in a very tough spot, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, what?
He's check raising. Wow, this is getting interesting, Nick. I can feel something happening.
Yeah, wait. Sorry, yeah. What's going on here, guys?
Raising pre-flop.
So there was the raise and a call, right? So Jack 8 open, CZ Glory defended.
Signor Firione check raised the flop and now jams the turn.
Wow, he's absolutely hard playing his hand. The check raise was so big.
I love it though. I really love it.
Oh my days! Can you imagine a hero call here with 6-4 with spades? I mean, if he didn't believe him on the flop, you know, he can't believe him on the turn. The deuce of spades changes nothing apart from giving him what he thinks is going to be a good spade draw.
You could still have some flush draws, so he beats a couple flush draws, like the hard flush draws.
Yeah.
Like the Jack 10s.
Yeah, it just feels like he has Jack 10 here, like a lot of the time, right? Like when he plays his hands so aggressively.
But he also has the overpairs, of course. I mean,
I suppose.
You also have to credit him for that, I guess.
Yeah. And
against that, you still have a lot of outs. Even against an overpair, you still have a decent chunk of outs. You probably have like, I don't know, how much is that? 30%, 25 to 30%?
If Glory calls here, and he gets it right and he holds, he will have like a billion chips. Don't make me do the math. It's going to be at least
also
a billion.
A huge bounty. 1.6k bounty also.
Right, that's a good point. Oh, he makes the call.
And he makes the call. Oh my God. Bam! Holding up with the pair of fours.
Oh my
Insane.
God. That is crazy.
Insane plays by both.
That is huge. Oh my day, CZ Glory is my new favorite player on the internet. He's just absolutely beasting everybody. What a hero call. Now up to 90 million chips and $2,913 bounty. Really quick, Flix. Senor Ferrioni, with the very good bluff that gets called, goes home with $3,169 in bounties. That's huge at this stage of the tournament. And $1,185 in chips. GG to you, sir. It was a gutsy bluff, Flix.
That was some insane betting lines by both players. I mean, even the flat preflop with the 6-4 suited, I found kind of dicey by CZ Glory, but it turns out he's able to play his hands well post flop. So who am I to say, you know? And then the check raise, I loved the check raise, to be honest, on that board with that gutter. But I mean, on the turn, of course, both players try to capitalize on their equity.
Wow.
And I'm pretty sure that CZ Glory just thought, you know, even if I'm up against an overpair, I still have decent equity, and he might just have a lot of flush draws with overcards. So it's understandable that he made that call.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, Flix, right? So he's going. The way he played it was again so polarizing. He either has a very strong made hand, in which case you still have significant equity, especially if it's an overpair, because you have live, you can make 2 pair as well as making flushes, right? But then also, if he has enough bluffs in his range, then I'm probably getting the right price to gamble with him regardless, because I'm just winning with my pair right now as it is. So when you combine those two things, I think that's kind of what it boiled down to. But can you imagine if CZ Glory just gets it in, the guy's got top set, and he's just like, oh, cool. Well, that's my Sunday million absolutely torched with 19 players left or 18 players left or whatever. Like, damn, that was such a cool spot.
Yeah, for sure. I love that hand. I love that hand
All
so
right,
much.
guys. Yeah, that's the one
Good.
that's the one that Super Poker is going to clip. I can see it now. They love to do those ones on the Sunday Million.
Yeah. I mean, it's understandable that he took quite a while to make that call and took nearly all of his time bank, because it is for a decent chunk of his stack. So he has to make some considerations here. But
Yeah.
yeah, if you break it down, I'm pretty sure if you run the numbers, I just tried to fire up my equity calculator here on the side, but I just, out of interest, sometimes I just still do these things. I don't know about you, Nick.
I get you, buddy. I'm the same.
Sometimes I just, yeah,
Yeah,
I just feel like I just got to do it by, just like you did back in the days in the school when you just got out your calculator, just type in some stuff.
No, Flix, I'm the same as you. I think we both get excited about studying, guys. We like, especially when you're in the middle of a session, you're like, I'm pretty sure that was good, but I want to check it out. But obviously, you have to wait until your session is over. When we're doing commentary like this, we're not playing, so we can actually just go ahead and look it up right now. But it is very, very cool. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Again, I must admit, I really like both lines. I mean, maybe not the overbet jam, but maybe check raising bigger on the flop would have been a nice play also, because he's wrapping over pairs mostly.
Yeah.
He's polarized, as you say.
Right.
He's got to have over pairs and the flush draws with overcards.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
wow.
Oh wait, here we go again, guys.
Another huge hand building up here, guys.
Wow, it's all going off.
Insane. 3 people going all in, and pocket queens
Queen
hitting
high.
top set.
And the eights. Okay, double knockout for Travka. We talked all over it, guys, but it was pretty straightforward. Just all in pre-flop for all 3 players. And we do see a double knockout. So CHNER and Little Junio are going to bust there. CHNER is going to take $1,308 in bounties, $1,662 from the prize pool. Little Junio is going out in 16th place with $1,760 in bounties and $1,662 in prize pool. They're dropping like flies, guys. We're down to 14 already. This is madness.
This is really madness. I did run the numbers on the side, and even against the range of 10s plus, you got 30% equity on the turn.
Yeah.
So if you add in the occasional, bluff plus the flush draws with overcards,
right,
stuff like this, I just feel like this becomes
a
call.
Right.
You don't like the call, but you have to probably make it.
So just really quickly, Flix, when you're trying to decide that, are you going to compare your equity against his entire range, and then you're also going to compare that to what the pot odds currently gave you, plus maybe some bounty adjustment or something like that?
Yes, exactly. Usually just making some pot odds calculations and see what I'm getting for what I'm risking, of course, running the numbers for that, and then also adding in some hypothetical things. What I like to do is usually use the worst case as the baseline assumption. Just the worst case would be just 10s plus, like all the overpairs and even sets maybe, and then look how I perform against the worst case. And if I'm fine against the worst case, then everything else is a bonus.
Right.
But if I'm already struggling to win again in the worst case, then I really have to find some good reasons, like he might be a crazy bluffer, or it might be a crazy bluff dynamic, or it might be a big bounty, something like this. And it's tough to justify calls like these then. But yeah.
There you go, guys. That's actually really, really great advice. I love that. So what I was just trying to clarify with Flix is, in that situation, when you're going back to study that, guys, if you want to figure out sort of how good you're doing in that situation, what you need to do is calculate what your pot odds are. So how much are you investing, and then what do you stand to win? If you guys don't know how to do pot odds, you can look that up online. It's very, very, very important in the game of in Texas Hold'em, or in most poker variants for that matter. And then plugging in something like Equilab or whatever, and comparing your combo to the potential range that you think that they might have, and then what the equity is against the entire range, and not just specifically what combination they had as well. Again, that's probably like tons of free equity calculators out there you can include for that too.
Yeah, and I really advise everybody to just play around with the things like these, even though you don't really know, even if you don't know how to handle them. It just helps so much to understand a lot more about how to play against not only a specific single hand, but against a whole ton of different types of hands that people might have in a situation. It just gives you a better feeling and understanding of situations in poker.
Yeah, and actually that reminds me, Flix said something really interesting earlier, but where we saw an under the gun open and the big blind defended with 4-3 off. And he said something like, the defend with 4-3 is probably actually better than defending with a hand like ace-deuce, because you're going to be dominated less and you can win the bounty more often, and you're going to be in fewer situations where you're going to be dominated when you do actually make a hand. And seeing how your equity changes against an under the gun range versus you know, what you might defend in the big blind is another perfect example of that. Trying to see
Yeah,
how,
very, very good example.
trying to understand what kind of hands actually are better defends in the big blind when your opponents are going to have a stronger range versus when they can be wider from the button, for example, where you just want to be defending, you know, just enough, basically.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because I think a lot of players, as we can see here in the big blind, Travka is playing 10-7 offsuit. I think this is now he's dominated in a lot of different ways, of course, but usually 10-7 offsuit probably plays a lot better than a hand like King-7 offsuit or Ace-7 offsuit for that matter.
Yeah.
Now he's up against 2-pair already, so there's not much for him to win.
Might be on tilt. Says plot twist. UTG opens 5-4 suited, and you're better off defending ace deuce than 3-4. Exactly. You never know. You never know. Yeah. And then all of a sudden you're dominated every single time. He only opens 5-4 suited UTG. It's just his favorite hand, and that's it. Yeah, 10-7.
All you have to remember is if you, as long as you're suited in the big blind, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah. You can always justify it if you have a suited hand. It's all good. Yes. But yeah, it's interesting there because obviously going multi-way with 10-7 is a bit tricky because it doesn't play that great multi-way. 10-7 suited, obviously, easily a call there.
Yes.
You know, the more connected your big blind is there, probably the better it gets. So like Jack 10 is probably always fine multi-way there. Yeah. But you know, that's the trick, guys. Always be suited.
90 million chips for CZ Glory. This is an insane chip lead.
Yeah, absolutely huge.
And 50 million for Travka. Now Mia coming in with a 3-bet with the ladies.
Oh, yes.
And CZ Glory makes a wise fold. I think King Jack offsuit is a pretty easy fold in that situation. Because also, people from the blinds just never 3-bet enough as a bluff.
Yeah, I was going to say that Mia's actually on the shorter side there as well. A 3-bet from that position, I think, is uber strong.
Yeah.
The blinds were 300, 300K, 600K. It's got like, you know, 31 million. So definitely going to have a strong range there. Very, very few bluffs.
Especially when he's going into a battle with the big stack with the chip leader.
Yeah. Oh, hello.
Wow.
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 What a flop.
Oh my god. I think people are just gonna bust out left and right. But I mean, nobody can get away from this hand, I'm pretty sure. Interesting lead by Glory, by the way, here from the big blind. What do you think about that?
That is really interesting. I mean, I feel like you probably want to give your opponent the opportunity to make a bad c-bet here more often. Obviously, you can feel happy getting chips in. Does that mean CZ just ships the turn now? Like, you know, just trying to get max folds from like ace, king, ace, jack, that kind of thing? I don't know. It's kind of a weird one when you actually have a mate hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I am curious.
I honestly don't know about the lead. Yeah, that's always
there
a
we
call.
Go.
Yeah, Bruno's going to get the action.
Bruno Becerra got bucket sevens and holds up.
All right, guys.
Pocket sevens.
Pocket sevens. We're switching here, guys. I was switching over to our table A configuration. We see ace-4 is all in. Big blind with the opportunity to gamble for a bounty with the 7-5 off. Bruno Becerra.
I think he's my favorite to make the final table for sure. And then when he wins the Sunday Million, he gets an interview.
Yeah.
And it turns out he really is a wrestler. I don't know what I'm gonna do, Nick. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, Bruno Becerra with a set. I got a set, brother. So cool.
This is his specialty move.
Yeah, yeah. It's never mess with the white tiger, man. Never mess with the white tiger.
We got 6s for boosted A animal. I see what he's doing there with his green name. But we also got kings and ace queen for Servage, the new bounty boss, with 3K bounty.
Okay, pocket kings. Ace queen might get a little bit spicy here, guys. They are getting extremely, extremely shallow here.
And we got beat 3-betting him. Now, what would you think about doing here with ace queen if you get jammed on now?
Oh, man.
It's such a tough spot, and I think it's going to happen so often.
This is one of the weird ones, though, right? Where, like,
Wow.
the guy has the stack to, like, you know, he could 4-bet you as a bluff here with, like, a king X, ace X combo, like ace 5, something like that.
Yeah.
And it looks so. It was really, really fast. It was a very fast 4-bet.
And the min 4-bet maybe even allows him to get away from ace queen in this spot. Because if he gets jammed on, well, no. And I don't think he's going to get away from anything here. But this is the thing. If you get min 4-bet, who min 4-bets on the button against small blind? I think.
Yeah, I know.
It's just not happening as a bluff too much these days anymore.
Right. I think there probably is some scope for it theoretically, but it's just not something you see that much of. But if you're going to play ace queen, you're going broke on this board, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's an easy call for the kings, of course. Can they
There we
hold?
go, easy call. And a jack on the turn, 5 on the river seals it. Beat is out.
All
GG.
right. GG. So we see beat or bit 80 exiting the tournament. For $4,036 in bounties, $1,662 for the prize pool. That's a huge score anyway, guys. Obviously, that's a really, really good going for the 109 buy-in there. So congratulations to you, sir. But we're down to 13 now, guys. We're getting through them so quickly. We haven't even seen our second break yet. We do have a hashtag fun fact here, though, from Statrick. Just mentioning our friend CZ Glory, who we just left on the other table as one of the chip leaders, now currently second in chips. CZ Glory is from Thailand and started the day as a chip leader. Servej as well, the player that we just saw exit our player bit with kings just now, is also from Thailand. He started as the day 2 second in chips. Both players were start of day 2, first and second, and now they're both first and second on the leaderboard. So both players, you know, I don't know if you were following along, Flix, but we were sort of saying, since we've been doing coverage of the PKO version of this Sunday Million, we haven't seen the start of day chip leader win it, but now we see 2 start of day chip leaders, both first and second, with 13 remains. So we actually might get there today.
Let's see. I mean, they're chipping up nicely. They're keeping it up. So maybe we have a Thailand versus Thailand heads up.
Yeah.
Who knows? Oh, all-in situation here. Hudson Piccolotto jams his 10s. And Survey is now really in the driver's seat, can just put up a lot of pressure against the other stacks. 7-7 Kamikaze on the button. Let's. One flop, pair of 5s for Kamikaze. Open-ended straight draws for Survey. Won't be surprised if we see anything else but a bet and a call. No, bet and a fold.
A bet and
there
a
we
fold.
go.
So in the chat here, we have a couple of people talking about EPT Barcelona. Thank you for the kind words, guys. It was truly, truly fantastic. I know Flix and I are very honored to have been a part of it because it really was one of the best EPTs ever.
For sure.
And obviously, keep an eye out for EPT London, guys. I mean, Flix, I was saying, I don't know what we can do to try and promote an equally as exciting EPT London as we saw in Barcelona. I thought maybe we should just import as many Brazilians as possible, right? Like
sure.
Like if we could just like fill a plane with Brazilians and fly them all over to London just for that, just for like a week, I think we could guarantee at least a good rail.
I think we can really tip our hats to the Brazilians. Like, this is an insane rail. It's just so much fun to watch, and I think it just is generally so good for the game, because I think this is what's been missing for most of the years when big poker tournaments are coming up, just to see people sweating each other and railing and just you know, getting a good atmosphere going.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the rails.
Yeah, Asifo makes a good point. Of course, London is already full of Brazilians. That's true. We do have a very, very international mixing pot in London. You're right. But, you know, you take my point, Asif. You know what I'm saying, buddy? We need Kowalski, the Kowalski call and the Flexinelli with the chip and a chair to the champ. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we just had some really good characters on that final table. The call from Kowalski, the ace high call, was just the most
Oh yes, that was so
god
good.
tier moment. I love that. I might have
Yeah.
it's really hard to call, but I like that almost as much as I like the way that the EPT ended. If you guys actually haven't seen the final hand of EPT Barcelona, I'm not going to spoil it, but go and if you just go to past broadcast, go to the final hand, skip to the last hand, and just watch it on its own. If you want to get the whole feel, watch all of the footage, of course, but that last hand, honestly, will probably never happen again in the history of EPT. It's just crazy.
So we got Captain Ragnar hitting a top pair with Queen 8 of Hearts, and boosted A Animal has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Let's see how he plays this. Bigger bet, half the pot. Gets a fold. All right, on to the next one.
Bloomins
Yeah,
in the chat.
for that fun.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Say again. I was just about to say, even for that final table, I could even show to people outside of poker, and they were really thrilled to see it and gave me feedback like this looks like so much fun, and that was so interesting to watch. Even if they couldn't relate to poker in any way, they just saw it was such a huge tournament, big payouts, 1.7 million for first, and such a huge rail that was just really great to watch, even for non-poker players.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I had lots of people who I know that don't really play much poker still watched the whole thing and loved it. Bloomins, if you want to watch that final hand, go into twitch.tv/PokerStars. That's where you're watching right now. Go into videos, go into past broadcasts, and then find the final day, and then just skip to the end. It'll probably also be in the clips as well. It's probably like the most watched clip in the last 30 days or something.
Wow, this is this is what a run out.
Yeah.
Top pair for Ragnar on the turn, top pair for Kamikaze on the turn, and Ragnar making it straight on the river.
Yeah.
Kamikaze is not gonna like this.
Yeah, I mean, so he's going, oh, he could just have a missed flush draw. You're like, yes, he does, but he also rivered the nuts. So, you know, there's that too.
It's that kind of spot where you feel
Hate
like on
those
the turn,
spots.
I got it.
Yeah.
And on the river, you feel like that jack just wasn't good for
yeah.
me, I think.
You know, when you just have a bad feeling about a river, you're like, oh, why is the jack such a savage river all the time, honestly?
Like on that jack, it's just a Star Wars quote.
Wow.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, wow, guys, it's just such a gross one. You can convince yourself you're blocking ace-queen. You convince yourself, oh, but he's never going to have ace-queen. He's just going to have like, 7-8 of clubs here. And you call, and you're like, oh, okay, fine.
I have a bad feeling about this. Kamikaze.
Queen blocker clueless. I know. Blockers aren't real. Sorry, guys. I shouldn't put that out in the world.
And he makes the fold. Good fold. Great fold, even. And he's getting a bounty spot as a reward. I mean, most likely everybody is folding.
Yeah.
No, Hansten's funds.
It's dreamy. Absolutely dreamy. Platino is saying, Nick, do you think Bendinelli's EPT win with just one big blind left was pure luck? I think Bendinelli had probably one of the luckiest days of poker of his life for sure. I mean, I think he would probably agree with that statement as well. But I also think that he played very well on the final table as well. Like, I don't think, obviously coming back from one big blind and then winning that tournament, you're running extremely good. But I don't think that he's somebody that needs to rely on luck necessarily. I think he was a solid player from what I saw. But I think also the same could be said for Jimmy too. I think Jimmy was a very good player. In fact, I think Jimmy was the better heads-up player. I think Jimmy definitely was the stronger heads-up player going into the final. Was very unlucky not to win it himself. In fact, he had Bendinelli all in for the win before he hit his gut shot. So, of course, there's lots of luck involved. If you watch the interview with him as he exited the final table, Bendinelli said he's like, I ran so good, you know, but I think I played really well too, and I would agree with that statement for sure.
Yeah. I also thought like Guerrero was very good at sensing when he was beat. He made some insane laydowns before you know things took off. But I was really impressed with him folding aces at one point post flop where he just
Yeah.
slow played them.
Yeah, it was
That was
it was
super
it
amazing.
was like a paired board, and Bentinelli turned trips, and then he like double pot the river or something, and he just folded aces when like the one card straight didn't fill, and I was like, wow, that's very, very good Spidey sense.
And I'm sure everybody, including me, would talk themselves into the sand, saying, "Yeah, I underrepresented my hand, blah blah blah."
Exactly.
He doesn't know I have aces, and so forth.
I like Bentinelli's line, but I think if he goes for 1.5 pot, he always gets paid. And I think 2x pot was just really silly greedy, because it's just not a line you ever see as a bluff in that situation. If he 1.5s, everyone convinces themselves they have to call, though, for sure. That's so funny.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, no, I agree with you. Guerrero was definitely the better heads-up player. Like the amount that Bentinelli was sort of complaining about the cards he was getting dealt, and when he could have played like quite a few of them effectively. Was like, yeah, and obviously him having a go at the dealer for giving him bad hands as well. I was like, this isn't very professional, bro. Come on. I think Guerrero's table talk was getting to Bentinelli as well, Flix, a little bit at one point. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
But I think he was probably already frustrated because he was getting like a pretty bad run of cards once he got heads up. Cabal saying, who is your favorite player for the EPT Barcelona? Mine was definitely Jaros. I thought Jaros was really funny as well, actually. I was kind of a bummer when he exited the tournament, because he was also a very good personality for the final table.
Very talkative, yeah.
All right, Jack 10 takes this one down.
I think I will have to get some water. I'll be back in just a second.
That's okay, buddy. We'll take over here. Ace-5 off, guys, on the button for Hans. He's going to go ahead and raise it up. Boosted Animal has a combination that some people might use as a 3-bet bluff candidate, but I think probably with his stack depth, he's just going to let that one go. And a defend from the King 10 does pick up top pair. Oh, Kamikaze actually turns the trips here. The paired boards are actually pretty good candidates to lead at when you have King 10 here, because Ace High will continue to float some of the time. I think given the sort of context of 12 players remaining, we're going to get some folds from Ace 5. But if you continue to turn for like less than half pot, a lot of Ace Highs will come along thinking that you might just have a flush draw or a straight draw.
I'm back.
Boosted Animal, King Queen off. If I'm not mistaken, Boosted Animal's a pretty well-known reg, right? Right, Felix?
I recognize the name somehow.
I recognize the name as well.
Yeah. Kings and sevens. With 1-7 being gone, I think this might be a spot. Oh, and survey. Oh, actually, this makes it easy for Boosted Animal.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that survey opens up Queen 6 of Hearts might actually save the sevens in this scenario.
And look, this is what I love about poker. You know, just a tiny detail, like somebody opening Queen 6 suited, and everything else just changes. I mean, this could have been a hand that Boosted Animal busts the tournament with, but he gets saved.
So King 8 suited, yeah, I think this is a pretty obvious open anyway. I think this is probably a chippy V open as well anyway. A lot of these suited king combos are really nice things to sort of open up with, like, you know, more so than even hands like Ace Deuce, which again is a stronger combo here. Ace Deuce off is probably a fold. King 8 suited is a much easier open, has much better playability post flop. Flop comes King High, a little bit of pot control here, which I really like. If you think about what Captain Ragnar is going to call in the small blind with here, it's going to be some better King X once in a while. It's going to be some King Queen. Might even be hands like Jack 10. If you get check raised by Jack 10, that kind of sucks when you've got a weak top pair. Then you have to decide whether or not you're outkicked or if they have a draw.
And now you get some extra value out of a hand like Pocket Fours. But you also get a tougher decision on the river like this.
Right.
So you have to account for that.
Yeah, and then, you know, if Captain Ragnar is paying attention, he might go, would he really check the flop with a hand like Jack 10? Would he really check the flop with a hand like King 10? Would he really check the flop with a hand like, you know, Ace 10? Ace 10 probably even likes to bet this flop once in a while too. So he can really effectively rep the straight there, and he gets the fold.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's another sort of, I think that spot is more to do with sort of range expectation and also like flop action and how the flop action sort of augments your expectation of their range. And very, very astute little 1/3 pot bet gets it through. That's amazing.
And also one of these things that I also like about poker, the decision that you make between, you know, realizing your own equity, denying your opponent to realize his equity, or not even his equity, but also denying him the chance to bluff you even. So these kind of questions that you have to ask yourselves about all the different spots. So tough.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think from that river, the cool takeaway is like the size that he used as a bluff there. He didn't just like slam in a huge bet because he's really, really trying to rep it. Like he made it look like a value bet. He really put in like a really cheeky value bet bluff size. It was so spicy. Very, very cool.
A size he could also still do with 2 pair, even any hand that doesn't contain a 10.
Yeah, very, very astute, very clever. Like that a lot. Queen 10, just trying to get the showdown, I guess. He could bluff this river with the blockers, but ace-jack going to take it down as we go on to our second break, guys. All right, guys, that's break number 2. Only 11 players remain in this Sunday Million, and we're at the second break, which means we are only 10 spots away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $53,000, as well as a whole bunch of bounty value as well. Servej, who we were just on our table, is currently our chip leader. Got DTS Travka in second and CZ Glory in third at the moment. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll get right back to the action. All right, Flix, we're down to 11. Have we ever done this before? Seriously, Chad, is this like the fastest run out ever? I've never seen so many bust outs so quickly. We're at our second break, excuse me, and we're already down to 11. I think, and let me know what your thoughts are on this, Flix. This is kind of the question I want to ask you is, me and James sort of always talk about sort of how the stack dynamic affects the speed at which the tournaments run out. And what we kind of theorize is whenever there's a few players that have all the chips, it's kind of like soaking up all of the chips away from the other players, so all the short stacks have to battle, and even more so, the sort of medium stacks have to take bigger shots for bounties. And in the PKO variety, what tends to happen is when 3 players are aggregating all of the chips really early, it kind of drowns everyone else, and they're forced to play and sort of hack it out between themselves, and we see more bust outs.
Yeah. I think I heard a nice saying in German a couple weeks ago from a mentalist who said that all the energy goes where the energy flows where the attention goes. Yeah, sort of like this kind of thing, and it's the same with the chip leader. The chip leader is opening tons of pots, and he's playing a lot of hands, and all the other people are starting to also get tested. They get into like a panic mode. They get into like, am I ever going to recover from this? I mean, if you're a professional, of course you know how to hold your own in these situations, and you just play for whatever brings you the most EV. But I think a lot of players, especially in a big tournament like the Sunday Million, they have never been that far in a tournament, and I think the pressure can get to them. And I think what you're saying is correct. When some people, just a few people, have a lot of chips, the other people will probably just be more likely to go crazy or to make a mistake.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think do you think the sort of the mentality as well? Let's say that we're down to the final 2 tables. There's 3 players that have over 100 million or something like that. They've got a lot of chips. If you are, so you're still the middle stack. So let's say that we have 3 stacks of 100 million, and you're still like 40 million or something at this point. You're technically a middle stack, but you're like so far. The discrepancy between your stack and then the 100 million, 120 million stacks is so great. Do you feel like you need to actually sort of, despite the ICM, get involved with more pots with some of the short stacks to just try and get yourself level with them and to try and pick up some bounties, because it's going to take so much more for you to aggregate chips to try and combat some of the bigger stacks at a later stage?
Well, what I've learned is, and what I've also been taught by the coaches that I've had, is that it's really important to just stay alive, especially as a middle stack. And I've seen so many, like even myself, I've been in so many sort of, even where I thought it was in a desperate situation with a shorter and middling stack, and I just survived. I just survived up until the final table when others were just getting too greedy or too panicky and kicked each other out. And then all of a sudden you were there at the final table with 5 big blinds, and you got a double up, you got another double up, and then you're back in business. So I mean, anything can happen in a poker tournament, and I think it's important to just keep your
your head in the game and just not make anything that's too emotional or too irrational, and just try to focus on what brings you the most dollars, not chips but dollars, really, in a tournament. Because in tournaments, that's what I've learned from transitioning from cash to tournaments, and I'm still learning in this regard. Because the best decision is not always the one, or the decision that makes you the most chips is never going to be the decision that makes you the most money, or isn't to be equal to the decision that makes you the most money. And sometimes it's just very good to do nothing at all and just sit there and wait for a good spot, play really tight and snug, and just wait for others to kick themselves out.
Right. I mean, so like so what you're saying is that especially once we get down to the final 12, I mean, obviously the ICM of the actual amount that you win in prize pool as opposed to bounties now, this is the stage at which we're going to be seeing a lot more. Well, the ladders become so significant that in many cases they're going to be more important than necessarily what you're going to be knocking out. I mean, we did have a few players there.
Also,
they've actually exited already, but we had a few players there with just a couple $100 in bounty value when we're already going to be winning over. We are going to be winning over $1,000 for over $2,000, excuse me, now for just progressing in the tournament. The next page up is 2332 to 3,272. So the next page up after we've just gone to the next page up, guys. Everyone's guaranteed at least $3,000. It's another $1,000 if they can make it to a final. We're going to go back to our tables now. Let's see how we get on. But yeah, what I was saying, Flix, is at this stage, once we're down to the final 12. Survival is probably more important, just purely based on the fact that there's going to be better ladders moving forward that are going to be greater than many of the bounties that we can stand to win anyway.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right now, your only hope. Oh, we got an all-in. Ace 9 against Ace Queen, and Ace Queen wins. Survey taking down this bounty, and we're left with 10.
All right, easy game.
Must be nice. Yeah, I was going to say, if you're a short or middling stack, your best chance is to try and ladder up as much as possible and try and get a shot. The best shot that you can get is winning some of the big prize money, first, second, third, or even fourth place. If you just get there, that's all that, because bounties are not important for you anymore, anyways. Hand for hand.
All right, hand for hand. Here we go.
Wow.
All right, so just like that, guys, we are ready to go. Yeah, we saw that immediate bust out. Servej eliminates Boosted Animal, and we are now hand for hand. Just really quickly, guys, Boosted Animal busted in $1,625 in bounties and $3,272 for his finish in our regular prize pool. Going to try our best to follow all the action. I think we're probably going to have a lot of switching here. So I'll keep my fingers on the buttons here, guys.
We got Captain Ragnar on the button with ace-5 off. Coming in for the open race. Most likely getting 3-bet by Survey, I would assume. But let's see. Yes, there's the 3-bet. And I'm sure Ragnar is going to fold and succumb to the pressure of the big stack.
I mean, yeah, I think going wild with ace-5 here when you're covered by one of the big stacks, facing a 3-bet, and also with other players who can be eliminated now for your final is probably going to be pretty suicidal.
Yeah, especially with ICM considerations.
Oh, yes.
I was also thinking at that EPT final table, it was interesting because there was a couple spots between the two Brazilians, like Kowalski and Costa, I think, where they were 4-bet shoving back and forth in high ICM spots, high pressure ICM situations, which I was really amazed by, because it means that they probably know each other.
Yeah.
They know that they're going for each other's ICM pressure.
Yeah, there was a couple there was a couple really interesting spots where Kowalski was 3-betting and he was getting 5-bet jammed on by like King 10 and Ace 5, and I was like,
yes, exactly.
He's like, these guys really have to be confident that they're getting squeezed here, like, as a bluff a lot to make those plays, especially as they were like the middling stacks,
Yes, exactly. It was so much ICM pressure on them, and still they decided to go for that battle, which just shows that they know each other, or they know their games probably, most likely.
Okay, we got the 6s all in here, guys. I'm going to try and keep up with both tables as best as I can here, gang. So once we see the fold there, follow along with this hand, and if we're waiting on the other one, we'll jump around. Queen 3 is going to open here. Captain Ragnar, I imagine, wants to defend Jack 10 suited.
He does.
Bit of a non-flop for Jack 10 of spades, unfortunately.
Wrong color.
Wrong color.
Yeah, I think Queen 3 is going to. No, not just yet. Captain Ragnar has other plans.
Oh man.
He still floats and takes one card off.
I like his second barrel here when you have the Queen of Diamonds. I think it's a
Yeah,
really nice turn
so
bet.
pretty.
Such a pretty turn bet when you've got the when you're blocking like some straight draws with the 3, and then obviously you're blocking the flush as well. You can get lots of deuces and 4s to fold.
Yeah.
It's just such a nice little, yeah, and the size here I think is perfect too. You want to go like, you know, 60%, 75%, something like that. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think you want to just make a pair fold or some ace highs that don't have a diamond.
Yeah, very nice.
Like the gut shot types.
All right, switching guys. I don't know what happened in this pot, but let's take a look.
Oh, wow.
9, 10, Jack. No, just the 1 pair, 2 pair for DTS Travka, currently the best hand.
Tough spot for 8xTR, because if he bets this river on a straight T and flushy board, he gets the better hand. Oh, actually, he has King 10. He doesn't have to make the better hand fold. He has the better hand. But it's a good fold with a King Queen.
Yeah, it is.
Because it's tough. In a 3-way pot, betting on the river like this into 2 players just looks insanely strong. And Bruno Becerra in the small blind. Now curious to see what he's going to do. He's just going to limp. TDS Travka maybe coming in for the race. No, just checks it back. No hit for anybody. Wrong colors for Becerra. And Travka is probably going to take it down. Yes, he does. King Jack suited. Mr. Glory. And 7-8 suited and 7-9 suited might also even join if Hard Bust just decides to call. But let's see what he decides to do with the Ace Queen offsuit. Makes the 3-bet. So he gets out the suited connectors and 1-gappers behind him. It's going to be interesting to see what Glory is going to do out of position here with a hand like King Jack suited. You're often dominated, but you're still suited and connected, so you definitely want to see a flop. But it is big stack poker here. And I think on the board on 955, Hard Bass is going to be able to take it down with just a small c-bet. Bets the 3rd pot and gets the job done.
Easy game.
Must be nice to have flops like these. When I 3-bet Ace Queen, my flop is going to be Jack 8, 6, 2 hearts. I don't have any of them.
They are very, very difficult to play, aren't they?
Yes.
All right, guys, we're switching again. Let's follow the action here. A little limp and a raise and a fold.
King Queen suited against Ace 10 suited. I think this is going in for both. Yes. Hans jams. Hudson is going to make the call, I'm pretty sure. I can't see him folding. Okay. And he makes the call. Here we go.
He's high.
Ace on the flop. King on the turns, not over yet. Always a sweat.
Yeah, always a sweat. So Hans here is now down to just about 10 big blinds. Probably one of our shortest stacks here. Hans is currently the shortest stack here. So our player here from Denmark, currently the shorty on table 402.
Oh, Kamikaze attacking quite loosely on the button with the 7-8 off.
Excuse me, guys.
Gets punished. Bless you.
Thank you.
Hudson Piccolotto making a nice comeback.
Yeah, definitely not messing around. I'm ripping the ace queen there too. Okay, switching. Little blind v blind action here, guys. We saw a limp from the 8-7 suited and a check behind from the Travka.
Travka hits a 5. Makes the best hand on the flop. Yeah, in Travka's shoes, how would you play? You would just call one and see a turn.
Yeah, I think that's the line. When the board pairs as well, you're going to be more confident that the 5 is the best hand too, I think. You know, if I was in Travka's shoes as well, I'd be tempted just to float this board like the King Queen 5 board, like, you know, with any 2, because King Queen 5 is one of those boards where small blind just always stabs once there's been no raise pre. You know, you can get in some leveling wars, obviously, but for the most part, you know, if people are limping in the small blind and they're betting King Queen 5, like, they're only going to really do that with a flush draw or the king, or it's just going to be a whole bunch of other air that expects you to fold versus 1 bet. Maybe some Jack 10 once in a while as well, but, you know, it's just what I'm saying is a draw or relatively strong made hand. A lot of queens and 5s like to just check from out of position, so you can give them a lot of bluffs there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Now river, 8 high.
Oh,
going for the bluff, but I'm not convinced yet.
no, I'm folded. I'm folded. I'm sorry, I'm calling. Excuse me. I'm calling all day long. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Maybe you should probably go for a bigger size if he wants to bluff this.
Yeah.
Try to represent the king.
I think probably Bruno was just in the mindset, like, if he has the miss flush or if he has the miss straight draw or flush draw, I can probably get him to fold for cheap. So he just went for the smaller one.
But I guess even with a hand like ace high, it's tough to find a fold there if you bet so small.
Right, yeah. If he did have the ace high flush draw or something like that, that would make sense for sure to make the call in that river. But maybe his ace highs would have done something differently pre-flop, perhaps. So maybe he's capping him to having fewer ace highs, giving him a limp check pre.
That's a good point.
Okay, so ace queen again, not hard base here is also in a situation where he's got one of these low weird boards. Probably just gonna get this through on the flop. There, Flix, you got to find those more often. You just gotta like the nice easy c-bet ace queen, completely missed.
Yeah.
Get a fold.
I don't know how they do it. Never works for me. When I have ace queen, I get check raised left and right.
Like, you got to c-bet this board. Okay, just get check raised every single time. It's all good.
Yeah, it's because it's Flix, you know. Look, it's Flix. Let's check raise him. Ha! He probably has ace queen off, and they're correct.
All right, guys, over here we do see the jam. We might actually see the call from King 7 here. It's only 7 bigs.
Oh wow!
Can the queens hold?
King 7. And
all right,
Hans survives.
Hans gets the double there, so back up to 14 million for our friend Hans. The new smallest chip stack is now over here, guys, on table B. Our friend Aid XTR. So he's got about 13-ish big blinds at this point. Wow, okay, one of the shorties, not afraid to 3-bet here against the big stack. I like it. Ace 7 off.
He has been making some loose plays, loose opens, and loose 3-bets.
Yeah,
I think we should definitely watch him.
Yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on 7-7 Kamikaze. He seems to be making some really nice moves. And over here, guys, just a little blind v blind action. Deuce 5 comes along on the flop here. I was going to say, I think I like 2 bets here because your opponent probably is going to have an ace as often, given the sort of blind v blind action. So somewhat capped. He will have some ace X once in a while. Once you get to the river, though, you can just sort of check call the river because you're going to be up against some missed flush draws and that sort of thing. You're going to beat some deuces. You're going to beat some 10s.
Let's see what Glory's up to.
Yeah, I mean, Glory's been pulling some savage moves. So, okay, more of a blocker bet then.
He's... Wow. This is thin value. Maybe Hard Bust actually makes the hero call because he puts Glory on a hand like King Jack, King Queen,
hearts.
He can get called by worse tens as well, for sure. No problem at all.
If that goes to showdown, I really tip my hat to Glory. I mean, this is a sick value bet.
Yeah,
Sick value bet.
I think it's sort of a value blockery move, but like those are the moments when I actually like block. I'm really not a huge fan of blocker betting in general, but if you have a blocker bet where you get thin value and you control the action when you want it, I think it's a really, really cool spot to have in your arsenal for sure. Very, very nice play there.
Well, hard best folding King Jack offsuit. That was unexpected, but he probably assumes that 8 is opening pretty tight on his 12 big blinds.
Yeah, as I said, guys, we're hand for hand, so we're just going to be jumping back and forth. I'm going to try and follow the action on both tables in case we have to switch quickly. Little blind be blind, ace king gets the walk, so switching now. Our friend Kamikaze over here, we just saw with the 3-bet with ace-7 off versus one of our chip leaders, Servaj. He's going to open king 4 suited, Servaj with the queen 8 suited in the big blind.
Top pair for Servaj. King high for Kamikaze.
Nice situation for Servaj here. Top pair going to be the best hand of lots.
Now Kamikaze picks up a gut shot and still has the overcard, so it's not over yet. I expect some aggression from our friend here.
I mean, we were talking about when you pick up gut shots and you can kind of do a little bit more crazy stuff. Look at the size.
There you go. There you go. I was counting on him to do something. And he gets to fold.
I love it.
Oh my God.
I absolutely love it. What an absolute genius. The slight overbet turn when he gets like okay, Flix, we are genius commentators. Every time we bring up a point, it always seems to like happen, you know, like 5 hands later, right there. We're like,
we
guys,
have a good feeling for this.
Yeah, good feeling.
Players.
I love that, mate. That's so cool. Yeah, we're just like, the thing about it is, you know, gut shots. You know, you can do lots of crazy stuff. Oh, wait a minute, overbet the turn. Let's go.
Maybe he just heard our comments from like half an hour ago and he thinks I inspired him.
Oh man, our guys are stacking up here. This is fantastic to see. I love it.
Kamikaze making chips, and he's honoring his name. I mean, he's going Kamikaze.
Kamikaze. So A7 going to open the action here. And for hand. Okay, never mind. Next one.
I'm pretty sure Kamikaze is what? What a letdown. Kamikaze, you cannot let us down here with ace-9 off. Where's the 3-bet? Where's the guts?
Wow. I really like this adjustment here, though, because against 2 players, you've got, you know, 20-ish big blind stacks. With Hans on the same table with just 12, you know, they're definitely in a bit of a weird ICM spot here to try and get crazy from out of position. He's got those newfound chips. There's newly earned chips. Over here, guys, we see the 7s opening from under the gun. Bruno Becerra with the big flop. So he's got the 2 overcards, the gut shot, and of course, the straight draw as well. Sorry, and the flush draw as well, excuse me.
It's like a really good flop for Becerra. Travka currently with the best hand, but the best hand is relative terms.
Yeah.
Or actually, I don't even know. It's absolute terms.
Yeah.
It's not even the best hand, you know, when the other hand has 63% equity.
Right. Oh,
and a 7 on the turn.
What a turn, though. What a turn.
What a plot twist.
Yeah, Travka here manages to pick up a lot of equity on the turn. Absolutely huge now. And the 7 of clubs isn't going to do him any favors on this river.
Bruno checks.
And 7's full. He's like, I hate this flop. Oh, wait, no, I like this hand. Okay, no, I really like this hand. Now I really want him to have a flush. I really want him to have a flush now.
Please bluff.
Does Bruno, I mean, does he bluff now at this point? Like, he can definitely get ace-high, king-high to fold. Oh, it's so tempting when they check the turn. He makes it 5K. I think you just have to push if you're Trofka. You go for the bounty, right? You got to hope that they just have a flop flush, maybe a turn straight.
You can't even blame Becerra for at least trying with Queen High.
I think I would absolutely always bluff if I was Bruno in this spot. It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
You know, and then if, oh man, it's just such a, if Bruno has like a weird pair and then like a flush blocker, might even like try and convince himself to call, maybe puts Trofka on the bare ace of clubs, king of clubs at this point, but yeah, it's just the fold at this stage, obviously. Makes the fold.
You know, Nick, those situations where you're betting, where you're bluffing the river and your opponent jams, I don't know if I feel better or worse about my play.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, it makes me feel better because I don't have to show and I can like Hollywood and fake like I have a really tough decision. But it also makes me feel bad because I'm thinking like, why? I mean, come on. Captain Ragnar is probably taking down the spot. Yeah. He's sailing on a ship.
Oh yes, black sails. Captain Ragnar sailing the Black Pearl.
So now Servi. No, it's not. He's not trying to battle with Kamikaze again.
I mean, this could be a push from King Deuce, honestly. It's not that far out off a shove, in my opinion.
I think maybe it's an ICM.
Yeah, I was gonna say
fold.
Probably an ICM fold. If it's like King 6, it's probably got to go in though, right?
When I did some calculations for final tables and bounty tournaments, I also was amazed by how much tighter you have to be with jamming when there is ICM involved.
Yeah.
Especially with the off-suited hands like King Deuce offsuit or even Ace 3 offsuit, or hands like these. It just drops down so much in value. I mean, having blockers is nice, but when you get called, it's just such little equity.
We have Travka Boss in the chat. I hope it's the actual Travka, buddy. It's been a pleasure following your progress tonight, dude. So congrats on your run, if that in fact is you, sir.
We got jacks against jacks. Look at this. All the jacks are out there.
How many jacks do you want?
Yes.
I feel like there's going to be a chop pot here happening, buddy.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see. Oh, the clubs are live.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Oh, yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right, we're switching, guys. Back to table A really quick. And this is table 402 of our 109 Sunday Million, 1 million guarantee. Aces in the big blinds.
6-3 offsuit, just your casual open raise on the button.
Yeah.
Oh, chat demands is singing.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. We're not allowed to do it without James. Sorry.
No, I don't think I can do it. I failed the last time, so I'm not gonna. Not gonna try again. I already have those DMs on my Instagram where people are hating me for calling cards, and now I get DMs from people saying, "How could you butcher this song as well?"
All right, guys. There was a little bit of action here on the flop. There was a bet and a call. Nines calling the turn. Travka can definitely bluff this turn, though, for sure. I think a continuation with the ace of hearts here is really, really beautiful. It does put in the 7 million. Pocket nines in a really, really weird spot now. I'm assuming that it went raise and then a flat. All right, back over now to table A. Pocket eights for Hans. Might just rip this one in. I think eights is definitely getting up there when you're five-handed, Flix.
Oh, God. Yes, for sure. Pocket eights are going in. And this is not good news for Hans.
Yeah, I mean, it's for a bounty as well, guys. $703, but I think nines is just going to be ahead of, so much of Hans's shoving range here, especially if he's going to shove like sixes and sevens and, eights. Makes the call.
Hans needs an 8. Now he needs a 9.
Oh!
And he gets the 8, but it doesn't work. Because Captain Ragnar sails on his ship and makes a straight.
Absolutely.
Final table.
Anyway, here we go. Going to a final, guys. All right, guys. So that's it. We are headed to a final table as we continue in today's Sunday Millie. Oopsie. That was my mistake. That's not a final table. That's not the button I was looking for, guys. That was meant to go a lot smoother. Let's try it like this instead. Sorry about that, gang. We are on the final. He's here. Bruno Bazzara. Bazzara. Yeah, that transition didn't go as smoothly as I wanted, guys. I do apologize. I meant to click the table 1 button, and I ended up clicking the table 1 button. And they're both named the same thing, but one was a transition, and one was meant to be me changing the scene. You did, really. Yeah, 1 sec. We're here. Flix, speak to us.
I'm here. I'm here. And I can do it one more time. In the left-hand corner, we have Bruno Bazzara. And an all-in situation. Right-hand corner has Kamikaze.
Yeah, these are definitely good wrestler.
Yes. 7-7 Kamikaze. And he has 7. He has 7s. Kamikaze 7-7. 7-7 has 7s. What a surprise.
All right, so yeah, guys, sorry about that. This is the final table. Apart from the poor transition into the final, we're here. And let's take a look at some of our final table people. I'm going to do this one time, guys. After we see how this hand plays out, we do see the squeeze from CZ Glory with the King Jack off.
You know what they say? Kamikaze always shoving 7s. I can see him do it, actually. The way he played, maybe he knows that something is up and CZ Glory is just... No, he's not. Okay. Scratch that. But Hard Bus actually has a decision here. Maybe he decides to back race, but also a lot of ICM pressure on him. So, nope. I think it's a good fold by Hudson under the gun with ace-10 offsuit.
Right, yeah. I think that is a very cool little ICM adjustment there for sure. CZ Glory has the worst hand, but an opportunity to rep something on the flop. I think I like the check here, though, multi-way. I mean, 7-4. Don't even, if you had a club in your hand, maybe you could do something a bit different if you were in Glory's position.
Now his timing is a little bit off. He doesn't know that he's up against ace-king. Can't blame him for that. And Survey actually coming in for the check raise here.
Yeah, I think he's going to slow play his king here, and then when he turns the ace, he wants Glory to try and rep it. And he's going to take this pot down. Easy game.
Nice. Blinds are going up. 600K, 1.2 million. I'm just thinking about it when I played yesterday. You know, you start with, what's the starting stack again? Is it 100K or 50K?
I can't remember. Good question. Let me take a look.
Still such a huge
It's a 50K starting stack.
It's a 50K starting stack, yeah. I'm just still amazed, like when you make it so far in a tournament and the big blind is just your big blind is such a multiple of the starting stack.
Yeah, exactly.
It's insane. Okay, Captain Ragnar opening it up with 3-6 suited on the button. And Kamikaze, again, he's just such a sicko.
Yeah, he's not afraid to get involved there. I really like that from him. Pocket tens, opening up.
Now I'm gonna be curious how he's playing the 7-8 suited from the small blind. He just folds, like he knows. You know, this is probably the difference between me and Kamikaze. I would 3-bet the 7-8 suited and fold the king 3 off.
Exactly. Just feeling it out.
And folded to our short stack. Bruno Becerra in the big blind, and I think this is going in with the king queen. Very sure this is going to be a jam, and then we're in flip city.
There it is, and a call.
And a call. King or queen needed for Becerra, or he is out, and a jack does the job. Wow.
There you go. Makes the straight. Full double, 25 mil for Bruno Becerra.
Yeah, he's coming back.
I got a straight, brother.
I hit you with a straight on the river.
Don't mess with the white tiger. Okay, 7-4 off. Taking his time.
Maybe he knows something that we don't. Nope, he folds. Captain Ragnar. I would open this. If I were Captain Ragnar. No, he's not. But Kamikaze is.
Keeping it snug. Oh, yeah, of course. He's not going to miss this opportunity. Are you kidding me?
No, what's going to happen in the big blind? Because we are in domination land. So hard to defend these types of hands under ICM pressure, I feel. So I would most likely just fold, to be honest, even though it's a cutoff race. Or even 3-bet. I think 3-bet is even... I like a 3-bet better than a call, to be honest, in this situation.
Yeah, no, definitely agree. I think having the blocker here, you can do a lot of cool stuff. Does get ace-9 to fold.
There we go. Wow, nice.
Very, very cool.
Nice play. Very nice play. And again, we got pocket nines and ace-jack offsuit. Our favorite hand here. Who in the chat likes ace-jack offsuit?
Oh, Bruno, you know what to do. No, honestly, I think in the context of the final table, I think flatting or even folding is totally reasonable here.
Yeah, I agree.
I think 3-betting is okay too, but I think you do put yourself in some really tricky spots. Captain Ragnar probably can justifiably jam 9s at this point, but it is a tough spot for both hands, I think, really.
Yeah, for sure. Looks pretty strong. The 3-bet looks very strong given the stack size. Even just a little bit more than 20 big blinds. 3-betting off it.
Wow.
That's the call.
Calling.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't like the call so much because you get boards like these and you never know what to do with 1 or 2 overcards.
It's really, really hard to play when you flat 9s at this stage. I mean, Bruno's if he has a c-bet, it can be ridiculously small here, right? Like,
yeah, I would assume so.
4 million or something is probably not that crazy. Yeah, something like that is probably what you're supposed to do.
And Captain Ragnar has a tough decision to make. And he's just saying to himself, why did I just call?
Wow. So yeah, that's kind of the problem with the flat with the 9s, right? I mean, because it is really not the worst board in the world for your 9s, right? Like, it's actually probably like, it's kind of like a good board for 9s, but also really awful because he will 3-bet with some King X, so the King is kind of a bad card. It's just really, really difficult to play that one as a flat, I think. So, I don't know. What do you think, Flix?
And Bruno Becerra wins with ace high.
Bruno Becerra, my man.
I'm expecting a 3-bet from Glory. I would be disappointed. There we go. I would be disappointed. But 8 XTR has a tough decision now to make. I think this is a call, but it's not an easy one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, wakes up with ace queen suited, the big blind.
Yeah.
Oh my days, he's so live.
A lot of hard.
Oh, and the flush.
That's it. We're losing. 8 XTR. Good call by him, but What can he do?
There you go. So we have our first elimination, guys. 8XTR is eliminated from the tournament in 9th place, takes home $410 in bounties and $4,692 from the prize pool. So we're down to just 8 now, guys. And CZ Glory gets richer and richer. Not the chip leader anymore, but we do have Servej and Glory. As we mentioned earlier, both those guys were chip leaders at the start of the day. They were both first and second, respectively. Both now chip leaders on this final as well. Travka currently out in front, though. But, you know, the power of the shove with Jack 10 of hearts, right? I mean, you're going to have tons of equity. That's the other side of you know, those spots, because you're going to get folds, but when you get called, you still have tons of equity. So fair play.
And it's just a beautiful hand. I couldn't have not 3-betted either.
Yeah, seems good. I like that line too. Very, very, very power poker. Very powery pokery.
Let's see how Bruno plays the King Jack offsuit in under the gun +1. Just folds. There we go. That's my man Bruno. He just knows he's beat already. Glory comes in with the open and favorite hand, Ace Jack offsuit. How to play?
Yeah,
just jam. That's it. That's the solution.
Just rip it
to
in.
all the Ace Jack problems.
Yeah, this is easily a jam, of course, guys. Makes the call. King Jack of hearts behind though. Dominated, and it's King High.
There's a king. Unbelievable.
Any
but
clubs?
There's clubs.
Oh my days! What a roller coaster for Hudson. Gets the double with the backdoor clubs, and he is up to 35 million. CZ Glory honestly doesn't take that big of a hit, still 80 million, but no eliminations.
Now some more action brewing up right here with 10s and jacks. I predict a 3-bet, a jam, and a call, maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, I think that's
Could go either
probably.
way.
Yeah, I mean, Kamikaze hasn't shied away from these spots before. I think he's probably aware that this is a get-in. I mean, he has hard base covered by a pretty significant amount as well, so I think the shove makes sense.
And he jams.
Yeah.
Directly jams. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to have the best hand so often, even against one of the shorter stacks opening, right? But then, I mean, there's so much dead money out there as well. I think I really like the jam from the jacks here. Even if hard base wakes up with aces, you're not going to be eliminated either, so it's kind of a cool spot.
Such a tough spot for Hudson here with pocket 10s, because he does have a lot of ICM pressure on his shoulders, and he makes the fold, and I think it's probably the correct fold, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I think so too, for sure. If you're in Hudson's shoes, I think that's the line. I mean, one of the reasons why you're going to play 10s slow there is so that you can get away from them in those situations. So I think that's really reasonable.
Captain Ragnar opening king queen off. Travka calling in the small blind with king jack off. And Bruno in the big blind with 10-6 off. Making the fold. Both flop 2 overcards and a backdoor flush draw. Ragnar has the better of it. See bets. Travka not done with the hand just yet, and timing is right. He might actually be able to get a fold. Sizing is very small, but also he's threatening an all-in on the turn, so I'm pretty sure he might get the job done here, knowing that he can put a lot of ICM pressure on Ragnar. And he gets the fold. Nice job. We got pocket 9s. Ragnar might be in the stack range where he just loves to jam. Yes, that's what I was thinking. And I'm pretty sure he's just going to get all folds. Chip leader. No, not the chip leader. The second in chips. Finds ace king off. Savage. Would be funny to see Glory making a play with 7 deuce offsuit, but I don't think he will. Chat, who's your favorite to win this Sunday Million? I would like to know. I have my favorite already. There can only be one. Bruno Becerra. And Travka again with the king jack off. King jack suited on the button for hard bus. Hard bus. Now, this is interesting. Will we see a jam? Oh, we will see a jam. And I think this will get the same hand to fold.
Yeah, I think you have to fold it there.
And we got another clash of the titans here. Captain Ragnar is not going to like it because I think he is going to get all his chips in the middle on the ace queen of clubs, and you can't even blame him. Countdown to blow up. 3, 2, 1. All in. Do it. Yes, he does it. And he's not going to like it. But maybe there's some clubs. Maybe a deuce is coming. Deuce for the chop. No deuce for the chop. And Ragnar is out in 8th place.
All right, we do have another elimination then, guys. So 8th place finish for Captain Ragnar. Takes home $3,129 for bounties, $6,592 for his prize pool cash. So GG to you, sir. That's still a pretty big score. So
GG.
6, 7, 8, 9, about $9,600 from a $109 buy-in. So the beauty of PKOs, right, Flix?
Yeah, for sure. That's so sweet. But what can you do? You find ace queen suited. It's one of the best hands you can have in the big blind against a bigger stack opening, and they find aces. It's just so, poker can be so brutal.
So savage.
Pocket fours for Hudson. He makes the fold. Actually, I think this might be a great fold. Because what are you going to do with pocket fours? You know, if you open raise, you know exactly that the big stack bullies are going to 3-bet you. If you limp, maybe you get away with it. I don't know.
Open fold I actually think the fold with fours here is very astute. Like, so at this stack depth, if you're looking at pure chip EV, so, oh man, wow. Look at the line here from Kamikaze. Just did not messing around at all. I love this play from him.
He was just waiting for it to happen.
And he's just dumping in so many bigs there. Like, not even just putting in a check raise, just a check jam is so strong.
Yeah, you can have it all.
Yeah, he's like, if you want it, you can have it. It's fine. No, I was gonna say, Flix, if you're looking at the pure three-handed, right? So he's a little bit over 20 big blinds effective there. I'm talking about Hudson with the fours from the previous pot. Technically, like deuces is already a fold. I think threes is already borderline if you're playing for pure chip EV. So once you make the adjustment for having like the big stack and the big blind, and then obviously the ICM considerations where they can shove wider on top of that, I'm pretty sure that fours is going to be a fold there quite easily.
Yeah, I think so too. Look at this flop, by the way, Nick.
Wow.
What a flop. Bottom two for Bruno, top pair, and a nut flush draw for hard bus. Still flipping on the flop. Flippity floppity. A lot of hearts are already out of the deck, if you can see. 8 of hearts, 7 of hearts, 6 of hearts, king of hearts, deuce of hearts. So not very many hearts left. And a jack is out of the deck, and an ace is out of the deck too.
Oh man, I mean, you just want to play this so fast, don't you? When you've got bottom two here, you're so vulnerable. I think you just want to get the
literally
chips
no
in.
good turn card, right?
Yeah, I mean, is this a situation where you just ship it just because you want max protection, Flix? Like, I mean, it's obviously never the mentality if you're just playing for chips, but when you're in the context of a final table where you just really don't want to see any bad turns ever. Like, do you ever
Yeah.
just check jam here and just absolute max protect? I mean, if you check jam, you might even still get called by aces and stuff like that as well, where you have tons of equity because it looks like you have a
Because you're
combo draw
representing
or
a
something
draw.
like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, they're going to get it in.
There we go. It's going in, and Bruno Becerra is at risk.
I mean, what if he actually folds, though?
To make the call. Wow. Oh, okay. I haven't
Okay,
considered that option.
makes the
He's
call.
making the call. And
Oh,
another jack on the turn seals it. We
oh,
lose.
no.
My favorite player, Bruno Becerra.
Becerra.
He is out. GG's.
Good game,
Bruno
brother.
Becerra.
All right, Bruno Becerra exits in 7th place, guys. $2,415 for bounties, $9,288 for his prize pool money. A GG to our favorite wrestler. The White Tiger exits.
Nick, I'll link you if I get a DM tomorrow morning from
Bruno
a
Becerra.
wrestler named Bruno Becerra.
You can send him my address.
would
It's
be the
okay.
best.
Okay, we'll have like a celebrity wrestling match or something. It's all good. All right, so our friend Hard Bass is having a great time here, right? Hard Bass? Is it Hard Bass or is it Hard Bass, guys?
Sounds more German, yeah. Hard Bass.
Hard Boss.
Boss.
Slappers. Come on, boss. What's up, Slappers?
CZ Glory coming in with a 3-bet. He just doesn't stop, does he?
I mean, what
Because it works.
does anyone recognize what Hard Bass's picture is? Because it looks like it might be a fish of some kind. It could be a bass.
Hard Bass? I think it's the world, right? It's just
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, I thought it was like a fish in water for a second, but it's like
yeah.
It's
If you look at it this way,
yeah,
I see what you see.
It's like
yeah.
the continent of Africa on the world. I see it now. Okay, cool.
Oh, huge flop for Hard Bass.
Yeah, I mean, he just keeps flopping these monstrous like combination draw situations.
Yeah.
Kamikaze does have the 7 of spades here.
He blocks, so no straight flush possible right now. But I don't think that's necessary because I think Hard Bass is going to take it down. Unless... No, Kamikaze knows what's up. So let's see what Survey does with pocket fours here. I think he might be able to just flat. Yeah, he does flat. And there is a 4, the last 4 of the deck. A 4 in Hard Bass's hand, so he's definitely going to lose a couple chips here.
Yeah, these are interesting situations, right? Because you don't want to be exploited. You know the 4 is going to be winning a lot. So you might just opt to sort of check call. I mean,
And just find another reason to check call because there's so many draws out there.
Exactly. It's just one of those. I mean, wow, this is such a big size, though. I don't know if maybe serve edge goes a little bit too big in that situation with the set. Like, I don't know how often Hard Bass is going to check like 2 overs and a flush draw on that flop, which is probably one of the things you're trying to protect from most. But interesting spot there, and obviously just gives them a lot of reasons to give up with what's now 3rd pair on the turn.
Yeah. Kamikaze open raises ace-8 suited on the button. Best defense. Flops top pair with a king kicker. Will we see a c-bet on this board? Nope. So will Kamikaze start bluffing now? Yes, he does. And I don't think he will get rid of Hard Bass just yet. Hard Bass makes the call. River is the deuce of hearts. Potential straight with a 4, but I don't think he's putting Kamikaze on a 4. I think this is interesting because if Kamikaze bets this river, he's really...
He might go for thin value with a hand like ace queen or king queen, but it's dangerous with a straight coming in. And he gives it up. Small blind versus big blind. Oh, both hit an 8. Glory has the better kicker.
Yeah, these are interesting spots. Like, blind v blind, you're just going to have the best hand with the 8 so often. It's like one of these really annoying ones where you're going to play like an 8 really well with like 8-5 off, and then they just turn up with like, they outkick you by like 2 cards or something silly, 3 cards. It's just so...
Hotbus picks up a gutter. And I think he's going to call one more.
Yeah,
one more street.
I mean, this is what I mean about those spots. Like you should just never be folding an 8 here ever. Like it's especially with the gut shot. You know,
yeah.
Otherwise you're gonna get exploited way too often. Oh hello.
Oh, and he gets there. Hits a 5 ball on the river.
Yeah, I think blind v blind. He's got to be concerned about a 3 sometimes. So I don't know if there's going to be a ton more chips going in on the river. He could even put in a small one here, like a little bit of one of those blocker bet. Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah.
There you go.
Do you remember, Flix? We were talking about these, the little sort of
yes,
value-y,
you could feel it coming,
blockery spots.
Yeah. Oh, wow!
How does he find a bluff? Shit. How does he find a bluff here? How does he find a bluff here?
Okay, this is why he's sitting at this final table and we're not.
I'm telling you, CZ Glory is my new favorite player on the entire planet.
That was a good one.
Oh my days!
And that was a snap raise. That came so quick.
Wow.
What a play.
Wow.
By CZ Glory.
Wow. Guys, honestly, like maybe he was picking up on the bet size there, Flix. Maybe that's what it was. He's like, he would always go bigger here if he had the straight. Like, I'm not going to let him do this.
Yeah.
That is amazing. What a move. I love this guy.
Yeah, it's really great. Good play.
You know how there's a button that's like, you know, fold to any bet? He had the button ticked.
Just raise any bet.
Yeah, he had the button ticked like raise any bet. Raise any bet. That was amazing. Wow. Was not expecting that one.
And both were just snap raising and snap folding. Oh, interesting. Dravka picking the wrong spot, but maybe it works. I don't know. Not just yet. He keeps on firing. Here comes Dravka.
Dravka.
I don't see hard bus folding for that size of a bet. Especially with... Oh, and he folds again. They're picking on a hard bus. Insane. Sick plays here. Dravka and Glory really killing it. Insane. Now Survey also wants to join the fun and starts 3-betting Jack-10 suited from the small blind. Will we see a 4-bet bluff by Glory this time? No. This would have been insane.
Yeah, there's no shortage of action though today, Flix. This has been pretty spicy.
If I'm hard bus, I'm mentally broken already. I don't want to be sandwiched between the two. I just don't want to play a pot anymore. Really. It's like Dravka and Glory, get off my backs. He doesn't even dare to open. Oh, like opening ace 10 offsuit. Yeah.
He's like, I don't care.
Come at us, bro.
Really and he just gets immediately 3-bet. This is exactly it.
Immediately, like, I would be so broken.
Oh, Kamikaze has a pretty easy fold. I think the only way you play Ace Jack here is if you cold 4-bet, and I don't think he wants to do that.
Wow, that would have been insane if Kamikaze thinks, they're picking on hard bus.
Oh, I love him so much. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? This is the only way to play Ace Jack. Flix, he's been watching the stream.
And he's not even jamming, Nick. He's
4 betting.
How much
to a
stronger
very
does it
small
look?
size,
It's
and
absolutely beautiful.
this looks really strong.
I know.
He might actually get this
It's
job
the coolest
done, you
thing
know?
I've ever seen. It's going to work every time. Flix,
Wow.
60% of the time, it works every time, buddy. Don't worry about that. Oh, man. Did I actually call the genius kamikaze 4-bet bluff here?
Oh, my God. God, this is tense. This is intense.
I mean, he's got enough chips where he can just go, let's gamble.
Oh,
That's
no,
what
he
he
doesn't.
does.
But Kamikaze
It's such a
finds
good
the
play.
fold also.
It's
Yeah,
such a
good.
good
It's
play.
good.
It's such a
I
good
liked
play,
it.
though. I like it so much. I know it looks a bit silly when it
Me too.
backfires, but if he had done that against, like, if he does that against, like, CZ Glory, I think it works. Like, Cervez just has, like, the amount where he goes, I think I can afford just to gamble anyway, even if I got it wrong, right? What did he type?
He's at little aggro. Little aggro.
Little aggro something.
Yeah. Wow. What a play, though. You got it. You got to hand it to him. The guy has guts. He has guts, and he knows he knows that it might be working.
He said little aggro, huh? That is really, really, really funny, and I love that. No, I love the line, though, honestly, from Kamikaze. Like, you can see that working so frequently, and like I said, if it wasn't against the absolute chip leader, I think there's a chance that it actually works, like, every time.
I would have hated my life with ace queen in the spot of survey. Only because I have so many chips, I might have considered not folding, but, you know, it looks so insanely strong. That play just looked so strong.
Yeah, for sure. Chat saying hard base would have folded kings there. after the getting beat up the way he has.
Don't stop picking on hard base, guys. Come on, give that man a break. He plays pretty well.
Yeah.
He just has to face some very tough and aggressive opponents.
All right, guys. We are headed to another break, guys. I believe this is break number 3. Just 6 players remain in this Sunday Million PKO, which means we are just 5 places away from crowning our winner, who will walk away with over $53,000 plus all the bounties. Currently, Cervez is our chip leader with a stack of about 156 million chips. We're going to go on a 5-minute break, and we'll get straight back to the action. Oh, Flix, it's been going so quickly. We've seen some really, really wild stuff on this final table. Let's talk about that cold 4-bet from 77, Kamikaze 77. I was kind of joking about, you know, whether or not you'd want to play this, but like I said, I think you can easily just fold the ace-jack there pre. I think the only way that you do want to play it is with the 4-bet, and it really is such an interesting spot to discuss a bit more. So, as you said, it's such a big portion of his stack, right? And it looks so strong when you just click 4-bet, cold 4-bet versus one of the big stacks in that scenario. Ask yourself the question, though, do you really do that if you have aces or kings, or do you just rip those cards and hope it looks weaker as a shove?
That's a very good question. That's a very, very good question. I don't know. I think in game I would probably consider both plays to be super strong either way. It doesn't matter if you click it back or just jam, because I mean, how often does it happen that somebody opens under the gun, gets 3-bet, and then you pick a spot to really bluff, cold 4-bet bluff? I think I haven't seen those in quite a while. It might happen at the final table due to ICM pressure or due to ICM situations that are unique. But that one was unique because also Hard Bus was under a lot of pressure from the other big stacks. And I think that's something that Kamikaze picked up on in this very specific situation. And, you know, if you play it any further, you can also find that maybe Survey also picked it up and said, okay, maybe he's thinking that they're thinking that I'm thinking, and so forth.
Right.
But it's so tough. I mean, you really have to have a lot of guts in both ways. You have to have a lot of guts to pull this play, and you also have to find the guts to put all the money in with ace queen on that read. You know, it's just a read that he's basically bluffing in that spot, because that's all you can hope for.
Yeah.
You can hope that. I'm not thinking that he's doing it with pocket 10s or jacks even,
right,
because those hands would go in, right? So those are not the hands that you would expect him to click back 4-bet. He would jam pocket 10s or jacks because he definitely doesn't want to see a flop.
Right.
Also coming Serenge had position on the guy, so it is a super interesting spot, and I like the play by Kamikaze. I really like the play. I like the guts. I like how he's handling these spots. Oh, yeah, it was insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's been serving him well so far, and I really think that we need to try and impress the fact that I think that play is, even though it doesn't work out, I feel like it's just another one of the plays that I think he's executed very, very well, and he's picked a really spicy situation that's going to work a lot of the time. Gets a little bit unlucky that Servej is just already in a situation where he's kind of like, okay, I don't really know if I believe this here in that spot. So just a follow-on question in that case, Flick. So we're talking about cold 4-betting, which obviously for some time the cold 4-bet was probably a lot more popular than it is today because people just had never really seen it before, right? Like there was so much limping, there was so much more passive behavior pre-flop. As soon as people realized that 3-betting was going to be a cool strategy, then the next logical conclusion was that 4-bet bluffing was going to be more of a thing because people were 3-betting much more aggressively than they might have done, around the time when 3-betting was sort of a revolutionary play that people just weren't doing that much in Texas Hold'em at the time. So in the context of a final table, if you want to have some cold 4-bet bluffs, are you supposed to cold 4-bet more often, cold 4-bet bluff more often on a final table where there's ICM pressure, or are you supposed to do it less because those chips are worth more?
That's a very good question that I really don't know the answer to because I'm trying to figure out these ICM situations as I go along. I think it's so complex. There's so much to learn from ICM as well. But as I see it, I think when there's a lot of mistakes to be made, there's also a lot of room for innovative and creative plays. And I think if you can pick up on the dynamics and you can really read into the dynamics and see how people are reacting and what they're doing at the moment, I think it's way easier to also go with your intuition and your gut. If you have the guts to make plays like these, I think this is the time to do them. It's not the time when everybody has chips in the beginning of a tournament, because you can't stand to win much. But this is a high risk situation, but also high reward situation, which could work more often because of ICM pressure on everybody. So yeah, it's interesting. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, just really, really cool scenes here, guys. We've had a couple really, really funny spots. As I've already pointed out, we've lost so many players so quickly. We're about to dive back into the action, guys, because our play has just resumed. So let's get back to it now. But yeah, I have to say I'm absolutely loving today's Sunday Melee. We've seen some really, really wild stuff. Hopefully we'll see a couple more cool spots. Let's get back into the action. We see Travka here.
Aggressive.
Very aggressive from Travka.
Yes.
Opens the 5s, gets 2 callers. CZ Glory actually coming along multi-way with 8-5 off in the big blind is pretty interesting here. I mean, he is one of the chip leaders, but he's going up against another one of the chip leaders and obviously having a hand that doesn't play very well multi-way.
I think King Jack is taking the pot this time. He must feel really bad betting into both Travka and Glory, but he takes it down. So, oh, Kamikaze with Ace Jack again. Flopping top pair, taking it down. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy. Queen 5 suited for hard base here. I don't think this is that crazy if you wanted to have a few more hands. You're obviously raising into Hudson who's one of the shorties. Yeah. I mean, I think the fact that you have the chip leader in the small blind is actually probably as good as it gets at this stage, because obviously even they're going to be somewhat handcuffed to playing, a slightly tighter range from like one of the worst positions in the game.
Yeah.
So I think this
You're also raising into Glory and Survey. I mean,
right.
It's tough, but
yeah, exactly. I think Glory definitely has shown that he's capable of playing, so it's a little bit more dicey. But I think having Survey in your small blind is pretty okay-ish, or it's better than having him in your big blind, for example, is what I'm trying to get at. Pretty easy c-bet here for hard base. I think if you're going to open this wide, you want to be c-betting the ace-jack deuce board, I think, pretty much every time. You're not going to get queen-jack to disappear for this size, though.
No, for sure not.
You could really put him under pressure here, though. I think a nice size turn bet here could actually blow him off a jack once in a while. Certainly some deuces, certainly some flush draws, certainly some straight draws. King 10 will still be in there. hands like King Queen might still be in there as well if he's the kind of player that just flats this pre-flop. All the heart draws, maybe some gut shots like 3-4 spades or something like that can fold turn. I really like the size here, and I really like the turn bet. I think it's going to be really effective. I don't think Hudson should be folding the jack, but it's still, you're on a final table for a lot of money here, and it's just, you know, I think there are so many combinations that need to fold here. Queen Jack probably being one of your strongest hands at this point.
I mean, once he's taking so much time, it's really tough because he probably, I think it's natural that he folds after so much time passing.
Yeah.
Because what is he going to do if he calls? He knows exactly that he has to face a river jam on a lot of cards.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I think a lot of players there, you know, with the Queen 5, they're probably aware that the C-bet exists, but they're probably you need to really understand how capped your opponent is in the big blind in those scenarios. How infrequently they're going to have an ace, how often they're going to be forced to fold a jack, how often they're going to have flush draws, how often they're going to have gut shots, and they have to call for the small size in the flop, but they like mandatory fold the turn. So that second barrel is super important, especially if you're going to use those smaller c-bet sizes on the flop. I really like that play from hard base.
Yeah. So now we got second pair against top pair. Glory this time just with a call.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Queen 5 suited open here a lot less with survey on the button.
Yeah, me too.
Glory to your left, and I think I think this is probably getting a little bit too out of line, whereas the previous spot was a lot more advantageous with Hudson being so short in the big.
Maybe he's taking it as a sign from the universe. Just won a pot with Queen 5 suited.
Queen 5
Opening
suited.
it again. Of course, here we go.
Let's go again.
Ah, universe wants me to win with Queen 5 suited. I'm gonna do it. Still, there's a couple draws that he might beat. He beats Jack 10, but that's about it. And he doesn't have position.
Uh-oh. Guys, look at the blind v blind action here.
Oh, this could get ugly.
Yeah, this could just be a rip. He's going to rip it. Ace-9 is probably has to be a call here. He does make the call.
Makes the call. Kamikaze against Trafka. Kamikaze needs a 6 or some other card to chop. All right. Nick, I think we have to we have to sing.
We're not doing this thing. No, we can't do it without Joe.
Ah, damn.
Sorry, chat. You're talking about the Jack 10 spot. Yeah, no, I meant I was talking about the gut shot. Not Jack 10 specifically.
Yeah.
No, we'll be officially banned by James Hardigan. He'll come in and we'll get canceled if we steal his song.
I have 1,000 excuses that I could tell you why I'm not singing, but I'm just gonna say as it is. I'm gonna be too embarrassed.
We definitely had some 10 out of 10s during Barcelona, though. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to come off a high from like that, you know.
I just think about what other things I could do on this stream to make people send me hate messages on Instagram and Twitter.
And singing is another one.
Yeah, not singing is one of them. Calling cards on people.
We're gonna go on Twitter and start cancel Nick and Felix for hating on singing. We love singing. Don't get me wrong. We're both huge fans.
If you have any more ideas for me how to make myself even less popular with you guys, tell me.
Have you been getting a lot of hate mail recently, Flix? Is that what's going on?
Nah. But you know what they say. If you don't get the occasional hate mail from time to time or hateful comments, you're doing something wrong. You need to have some haters.
Yeah, the haters are a good sign for sure. If you're not getting sued, you're doing it the wrong way. Exactly.
Ace Jack offsuit one more time. No click back 4-bet here.
Okay, so folding around, we got 9s for hard base here. We've seen CZ Glory be aggressive, but obviously now it's a very different setup. You know, hard base is significantly deeper than the last time CZ Glory was 3-betting from the small blind with Jack 10 of hearts. That was also a ship in that case as well. Might still find a 3-bet though. I don't hate a 3-bet here from Ace 9.
Yeah. Oh, just a call.
It's a big
Serbia
squeeze
might
spot
find a
though.
squeeze.
This is
Yeah,
such
I was just
a
about to
beautiful
say.
squeeze spot. Yeah.
No, he just calls.
I mean, yeah, I think 9s is just going to be. I don't know. I don't see myself c-betting with 9s in this spot. When the small blind flats, Queen Jack Deuce is usually not a great board for your hand, right? Lots of Queen X, Jack X combos, Jack 10, Queen Jack. You know, maybe even Ace 10 sometimes if they're playing like very, very passively. You know, straight draws that you're not going to get to fold anyway, but you still have good equity against. And Ace Deuce doesn't have to squeeze because they're just going to bet and take it down on the turn. Gets the 9s to fold as well.
That works just well. I'm pretty sure he thought he had the best hand, even.
Potentially. I think once the button doesn't bet, I think he's you know, he's going to have he's not going to have a ton of top pair, middle pairs there. A lot of those like to put in a c-bet, I think. Middle pair a little bit less so.
So we got 2 short stacks. Hudson and Kamikaze. No. Clash of the big stacks. Raise and call. Trafka against Glory. I'll see that match. Interesting. Yeah, I like the check here on 5-5-4.
Yeah, especially when he flats from that position, right? He's going to have like some pocket pairs and stuff that you're just never going to get to fold. So
yeah,
just check and try and realize the equity of your hand a little bit better.
Exactly.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Slight overbet turn like a boss.
Trafka on a roll. So what are your predictions, Nick? Who's going to be in the heads up for this one?
I mean, I would love it if it was Glory versus Survey or Servej, however, I think it's Survey probably, right?
Yeah.
If it was Glory versus Survey, that would be really cool because obviously they were our 2 start of day chip leaders, and that would be kind of the prophecy coming true, right? Finally getting some of our day 1 chip leaders going into heads up would be awesome. We have an all-in and a call.
All in the call. Deuces against 7s, and every time it's coming.
Coming 7, buddy.
7.
And Hudson Piccolotto is now doubling through to 31 million, just over 20 big blinds.
Put your 7s in the chat, guys.
We're just under 20 big blinds, I should say. We're at 816 now.
You know, I would love to see Kamikaze make a huge comeback and make it into the heads up because we would see some crazy plays for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be great. I'm enjoying the play from Kamikaze so far. 10s, easy rip. Yeah, so far Trafka obviously really enjoying the play. I think a lot of these guys are playing really solid poker. Very, very cool. Really creative spots.
And very aggressive.
Which is funny because early on we were seeing a lot of wild plays, weren't we? Right, first couple pots we were like, "What's going on here?"
What's going on here? 3-7 suited, okay. No action from Kamikaze in this spot. We need to make a checklist. Nick, next time we do commentary, we need to do a checklist. How many times does Ace Jack actually win?
Okay. I'll get like a little I'll get a little counter and a little ding, you know, ding, ding, ding.
Yes, another one for the Ace Jack.
Yeah, what should the alert be, guys? Every time Ace Jack wins, there's got to be some sort of a funny alert we can play when we up the timer.
Ace Jack wins.
Ace Jack winning pre-flop or post? That's a funny thought. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question actually, because we need to differentiate between.
Yeah, that's right.
Winning pre-flop and post-flop, because winning post-flop is more difficult with Ace Jack.
Fatality from Mortal Kombat would be cool.
Fatality. So what are you going to do with 6-7 suited? It's such a beautiful hand, and you have to fold it on the cutoff.
Oh wow, yeah.
This is something that I, in tournament poker, that still bothers me about tournament poker. I can't play beautiful hands when I want to play them.
Exactly right. Yeah, you want to be able to play all of them all the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when you're playing three-handed or heads up, oh, look at the flop as well.
Yeah,
6,
you
7
would
of
flop the
diamonds.
flush, of course.
Absolute flusher. Unbelievable. I mean, hard base could probably just take the aggressive line here on the monotone board, guys. A little bit of Joe Stapleton monotone. Like it a lot. Nice hand. Well played. Play the don't be suspicious meme. There should be a different sound for the counter for a win and a different sound for the counter for a lose. We can figure it out. Maybe
I never thought about this.
Flix and I have finally discovered the true meaning of Ace Jack. We finally
Yes.
It turns out everybody has the same leak because you're all playing it normally, but it has to go in pre-flop or not at all.
Yeah, and we will figure out how to play Ace Jack correctly.
Wow, look at this, guys.
We're going to be the only ones.
Look at the run out here. The Queen of Diamonds would give any of these players a royal. And we did see a continuation bet from Trafka on the turn. Does he continue on the river? Doesn't pull the trigger. And wins with, it's an interesting one. If he came at diamond that didn't give Trafka a showdown with ace with a pair of aces, I wonder if he would have continued firing there.
Yeah, good question. Now, queens. But probably no action.
Erratic says, can we get the womp womp sound? I've actually got it here for you right now. You guys can listen to it. There you go. Flix can't hear it, but
I can't.
We've got the sad trombone sound there for you there. We could use that one.
Ah.
All right, we haven't done any singing, but I got some cool sound effects for you guys. There you go.
Oh, what a flop. Fives could be strong on this one. I mean, he has the 5 of spades.
Yeah.
Curious to see what happens. There's a spade flush and a straight for Trafka.
Yeah, Trafka's kind of got the initiative here to rep the spades, though, if they want. But got a pretty good showdown with King Queen, too, so I'm not sure if they want to, really.
You might just check it back. No, he bets.
Wow. What this tiny bet as well.
That bet, we don't know what it was for.
I mean,
but it helped Kamikaze make some more chips.
Maybe he's just trying to get like bottom pair no spade to fold or something for like, one bigger or something. I don't know. That was a perfect womp womp wah. Yeah, I like it.
Oh, the Price is Right losing horn and the Price is Right, some Price is Right jingles. Because
that would be cool.
Because of the size of the bets that you use with Ace Jack. If you pick the right price, if you go all in, then you win.
I'm trying to remember what all these. I put these sound effects into my Stream Deck when I bought it like a million years ago. So some of them are. Loads of it is like DMCA music though, so obviously that's a problem. Oh, that's right. That was a funny one. That wasn't a sound. It was just. Do you guys remember the illustration of the dog who says "This is fine"?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was one. I would press that. And it would just start a bunch of fires in my room, like all these little fire fire gifs, fire gifs with like a background, and it would just say "This is fine."
And you also have to have a mug in your hand. And
no.
There with your mug.
You know what it was? It would play the sound of silence, and then there was just like lots of little like transparent fire gifts that would like light up all over my room. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. Anyway, sorry guys. Doesn't look like anything's gonna happen in this pot. Travka might decide to bet the turn though, repping the straight. Of course, hard base here in the small blind actually has the straight.
And Travka bets into the straight.
Yep.
What pairs? Bus finally gets some chips from Chopka.
Finally. Ooh, hello, Hudson. Uh-oh. Blind v blind. This is a push. No problem at all.
Oh, all in and a call.
Domination. Oh, ace on the board. And the 10s need a
Is that
10, or
10?
there you go, eliminated.
2 times 5 is 10, but that's not enough.
That's not enough. Hudson Piccolotto
G
is eliminated in 6th position, taking home $1,095 in bounties and $13,181 for his final table performance here. Congratulations, sir. Have another all-in. King Jack for 7s.
Another all-in call. 7s against King Jack. And 7s hold up. Kamikaze making the comeback.
There you go. Here you go.
That's just the start.
Your
I predicted.
Your prophecy is coming true, Flix. It's coming back here.
Ladies again. That's it. No action for ladies. Oh, we got kings.
Ooh, look at the big
So many
blind here as
premiums.
well. Yeah, 6-5 suited, an
Tens,
absolute
queens,
premium.
kings. All right, so we got a really great flop for kings. Jack, deuce, deuce. This is the kind of flop you want to see.
I mean, could he check raise the turn though when he picks up the flush draw, right? Like, cause he'll have a deuce more often than the opener, right? Right, Flix? If we see
Trying
a
to represent
continuation,
the deuce, yeah.
if we see a check raise, bet from Kamikaze on the turn, 6-5 suited can turn their hand into a check raise because obviously they can rep the trip deuces while also having equity.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I've learned that even the big blind can have that many deuces because of the, you know, you usually play just the ace deuce suited, the king deuce suited, and maybe the queen deuce suited, and the rest is probably just under ICM also just going to be a fold.
I see what you're saying.
So, but yeah, I mean, wow. Oh, wow. He's trying to rep the deuce. There we go. But maybe it works not like this because he puts in so many chips.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is as believable, right? Like, I don't know if this is how you would play a deuce. If you were going to check raise turn, you'd probably just do it for
you probably just
2.5 or maybe flat. Yeah, I don't know.
Or check raise small, yes.
Yeah.
So
I don't see
Kamikaze.
I don't see him folding here though. This just feels like it's going to be too many draws. Maybe a jack once in a while. Even then, I'm not sure if a jack plays their hand that fast. So pretty wild.
It really is. And there's the call. King's hold.
All right.
How is it possible? King's hold just like this.
Just like that.
Also the king of diamonds.
Kamikaze is going to get a huge double. Is now one of our chip leaders, and CZ Glory, our start of day chip leader, is down to just 4 or 5 bigs. I'm assuming this is going to be a jam and a call. Ace King, CZ Glory at risk. It's ace high.
Needs a 3 or a queen. He's out. That's it. GG. CZ.
Yeah, and GG to CZ Glory there. Our 5th place finisher was our start of day chip leader. Takes home $6,000 in bounties, $19,300 for finishing in 5th place. Congratulations, sir. We now have an absolutely monster chip lead. Survey here is looking huge. Also, our bounty daddy with $6,291 on their head. Let's see what happens now, ladies and gents. Get your claps in the chat for our boy CZ Glory, my new favorite player.
Good one. So chip stacks are sort of not even, but very big still for the final 4 players. And they've got 27,000. No, that's not. Is it the right payouts now?
It should be, yes.
27,000 locked up.
Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure. A couple of you guys spotted earlier that we had the wrong graphic in there. Bit of an internal error. Yeah, 27,000 for 4th is correct.
(9-7) against 9-7. 9-7 wins. Flush draw for hard boss. Decides to bet it. Gets raised by survey. That's interesting.
Yeah, this is an interesting combo to do it to raise with here.
Now let's see what happens on the turn. 7 is tough to represent, and now it's even tougher to get him to fold anything.
Yeah, I think this run out is usually really good for the ace high.
That bet, interesting. I didn't understand the reason behind it, but who knows? Queen 8 offsuit on the button for hard bus. Now I want to see a kamikaze play. Oh, that's a kamikaze flop. That's a good flop.
Much better. Very nice, buddy.
Bluff. Yes. I'll play a tight range from the big blind. 8 deuce suited or better.
8 deuce suited or better. Easy game.
9 on the turn. It's not a great flop for hard bus. Great board for hard bus anymore. Now it is. Now
much better.
that's easy. And ace 2 suited. Call in the button. Draft guy in the big blind with the queen 10 of hearts.
Yeah, seems
a lot
good.
of hearts out there.
Seems like a pretty easy come along. Queen 10 suited plays.
Maybe you could also
so nice.
decide to square. I was just about to say, you know, I felt it coming, Nick. I felt it coming. I was like, you might just pick a squeeze spot here.
Yeah, you got to feel those ones out, buddy, for sure. Just think Queen 10 suited plays so nice multi-way, you know?
Yeah. But we're four-handed, so you might want to also start picking up some pots pre-flop.
Yeah.
And just figure out that the big stack probably isn't very strong when he just flats on the button.
I mean, I think Survey's kind of in a spot where he can afford to actually call and peel with a hand like 8-9 of hearts here. Because it's a squeeze, it's bigger than just 3x, so that does come into play, but there's also the additional dead money of hard base in there already. So it's kind of accounted for. There's already, you know, some extra dead money in there to try and just flop something juicy.
Having 8-9 suited is not great. My coach always told me to fold 8-9 suited in those situations because you're dominated, making dominated straights.
Right, exactly right. Yeah, I've heard the exact same conversation with 8-9 suited specifically. Like 6-7 suited performs better here than 8-9 suited.
Yeah, that's a great hand to call.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure Ben actually posted a video specifically about that content as well.
Yeah. 8-9 suited, but still, you know, that's an interesting board to play with.
Yeah, that's why 6-7 and 7-8 are often shoves, and then 9-8 suited you're supposed to play a lot slower, like, you know, when you're looking at push fold and also like, you know, shoving versus raises and stuff. And
Travka just firing and gets it done. Nice.
Let's go.
Really aggressive.
Yeah, I think Travka has been extremely calculating like this entire. I haven't seen any mistakes from Travka really this entire session. Just very, very strong. Yeah. Very, very, very bold poker. Very strong tournament poker. And he's fighting hard against Survey as well. He's not letting go. If you want to win this tournament, you got to, you know. And he gets a fold. I think Travka really got momentum now, which is key. From a mindset perspective, like, I don't want to be in anybody's shoes right now, except for Travka. Chad is saying that Travka used to play professional Dota. He says, like I said, Travka used to play professional Dota. Guy is good. Yeah, I mean, that's you just have to be good at Dota, and then you're good at poker. Flix, didn't you know that, buddy?
Yeah,
It's just a given.
same. I mean, of course, if you're good at some games, you can transfer a lot of concepts to poker.
Yeah, there was, in fairness, there was actually quite a few esports players making the transition.
Yeah. So what's Kamikaze doing with A3 offsuit now?
Wow, this is an interesting
crazy.
stack depth to have a little trap here with Ace King of Spades, but I guess they have some history now, don't they, Flix? Like he's already picking
Yes,
up
they
on
do.
the cold 4-bet fold, you know, for like half of his stack, you know.
What is that raise? That's like 6.5x.
Wow.
Wow, that's huge.
That is redonkulous, yeah.
6.5x.
That's, yeah, I don't know if I can sign off on that size. That seems pretty wild. I mean, I think the most you want to go there is like 4x, right, Flix?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking 6.5. I mean, I've seen people go bigger on the sizings all the time, of course, but not like this.
Not like this. Jay Mozzie says I'm good at Connect 4, but I'm terrible at poker. Just got to play Dota, buddy. That's the trick. Just get on the Dota streets, and once you hit Diamond or whatever, you're probably going to beat like the $11 big once in a while. It's just a given.
Okay, Kamikaze with a King 9 suited on the button.
Griffin Benger was a CS:GO god back in the day.
A lot of gamers in the poker scene.
Yeah.
That have really made some great successes based on also what they've learned from the other games, of course. Pretty sure. Oh, look at this board. I mean, straight for hard bus. Open and straight draw and flush draw for Kamikaze. This could get ugly.
This is pretty gross.
What do you want to do now with the King 9 of hearts, I wonder? Do you want to bet here? No, because if you get jammed on, you have to really make the tough decision if you want to realize your equity, because hard bus could just pull the trigger on this one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the interesting thing about the big turn size is it's either going to be a strong made hand or it's going to be a draw, in which case you can probably afford to get more chips in on the turn, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
my
God.
days. The backdoor hearts come in.
I was just about to say, I really didn't like the turn bet by Kamikaze because it opens up the opportunity for Hard Bus to just put him in a tough spot. And he just didn't, and now he gets punished for it.
I was going to say, I think when Kamikaze sizes his turn bet like that, you want to be putting more money in because he's going to have a strong hand and because he's going to have a strong draw. Or either are good for you, right? If he has a strong made hand, he's not going to fold. If he has a draw, you want to punish him for it, you know? So
exactly.
Yeah, I think like you said, the size just opens up the door, and now he's got the second. He's got the second nut flush, I should say. Makes the flat hard base down to 52 million.
What a spot. Yeah, I think in Hard Boss's shoes, I just think there is no other play than just jamming, because if Kamikaze is betting a draw, then you just want to deny all the equity that he has.
Yeah.
And if he has a made hand, you want to put the money in right there. And you put him in a tough spot with those combo draws as well.
Low-key sus says Gus Hansen was a pro Minecraft player back in Denmark way back in the day. Marvo says I'm a top 100 on Google Minesweeper leaderboard. Does that count? Yeah, that means you're really good at PLO, mate. Yeah, that's what that is. Okay, the only other thing I'm going to add to that last hand, though, guys, was hard base puts in a relatively small c-bet on that river. Sorry, not a c-bet, just puts in a very small lead on that river. If I'm Kamikaze, I can see why they're flatting because they're concerned about the paired board. But I don't know if hard base is going to go that small if they have a boat. If they're going to bet at all, even. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know if maybe Kamikaze was supposed to put the rest of the chips in on the river against the small lead. But, yeah, it's scary on final tables when you make mistakes.
Kamikaze making hands. Another straight for him. He's got the nuts. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the nuts. Just like that.
Man, Kamikaze just on an absolute run after he backdoors those hearts. Absolutely beautiful spot for him. And does he heat things up here with ace-3 of diamonds? Travka has a squeeze spot here. Ace-3 off is actually a good candidate to squeeze again. He hasn't been shying away from these moments. But
Nope.
might be looking at
This
that
time.
37 million stack and going, let's just cool it for a sec. It's only we only got a few more orbits. It's all good.
Survey has the 6 and Kamikaze with the flush draw. What a sick comeback from Kamikaze, as I predicted, right? So insane. Curious to see if he puts out a bet. Again, he makes one of his signature moves, over bet, gets the job done. Okay, I'm gonna make some notes on Kamikaze. For my personal records.
Who is now our chip leader, guys? 173 million chips.
Insane.
Pretty insane, yeah.
Play getting a little tighter. Not as many 3-bets. Oh, Survey picking the wrong timing to pull a check raise bluff here with king queen off. But wise to give it up on the turn.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting interesting flop to have a check raise bluff. You know, the ace high texture. We are playing short-handed. Obviously, the range from the cutoff doesn't always have to have an ace in it, but it will have a lot of aces.
Yes.
So it is an interesting it's an interesting hand to have it to check raise with because king high will be beating a lot of those bluffs in the first place. And then obviously, you know, the ace texture, the ace high board is going to favor the opener more than the flatter there.
Also, we had another spot of ace jack winning a pot. Unbelievable.
There you go. Put that one in the counter, guys.
Gut shot for hard bus, but hard bus is really short now. Makes the call. Let's go and check on the turn. Yes, and pair of 9s for hard bus. Will probably go to showdown. Check, and hard buzz wins. Another ace jack offsuit. Really need to have that counter going. Yep, ace jack wins again. Unbelievable. Wow, ace deuce offsuit folding on the button. That is interesting. Kamikaze flopping top pair and checking. This is unheard of. How can he flop top pair and not bet? Oh, now he has a tough decision. Don't let people realize their equity. He makes the call. He's the guy that makes the call. I mean,
yeah,
he doesn't care.
He doesn't care. His family's rich. He's worth at least 30 million.
I don't care the money.
He doesn't care the money. Just 30 million. Ask my mom.
I don't care the money. I call.
Pulling a Flexinelli.
Flexinelli.
Okay, kings versus the big blind here. A little trapperoonie with the kings. So everybody might be tempted to raise this up. I mean, queen 8 suited is one of those that actually plays quite well in position. Might be tempted just to check this one back. Maybe it's better to ISO queen 8 off rather than queen 8 suited. And he ships it.
Just like that.
There's an ocho.
There's an 8 on the flop. And
It's a chop.
Chop it up.
Oh my
One more time.
days, guys. Everyone loves a chop pot, obviously, but that is a sick one for hard base. Manages to actually get the amazing trap with the kings there. Gets it in fantastic. Running diamonds, no good. Jeez.
That is just not good.
Oh, man. I mean, that's... Wow. Yeah, you really want that double at this point on the final table of the Sunday Million, I imagine. Unlucky there.
Hardbass has a tough decision. He could call also. I think I like calling here in that spot. What do you think, Nick?
I don't know. I think I might just find a fold here with King 9 of clubs pre. You're just kind of an awkward stack depth, aren't you? Where are we at right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think probably calling is fine, but and obviously you are the shortest stack as well, so it's not like you're waiting on some shorties to bust and you're messing around here with like a weird spot. I think King 9 probably is good enough to defend here, but I don't know. I think I might have found a fold, buddy, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And the small band's always so tough to play, but then again, it's good enough to play against the chip leader.
I mean, and like we've seen how wide these guys are playing, so King 9 is probably a lot stronger against those ranges than you might imagine. Yeah. If we were playing.
Maybe you can even jam it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's always consider all your options there. I think maybe a jam actually might be fine as well, as the absolute shorty who really needs like you need to go a long way there. I mean, if you get looked up by. If you're going to get called there for the bounty as well, like he's got 3K behind, you're going to get looked up by worse hands there that just want to gamble as well. Kamikaze obviously being one of the more wild players at this table, willing to probably punt there with 8-7 suited or something, I guess.
Yeah.
It is still a pretty chunky amount of big blinds though, so I'm not sure if he would, but you kind of take my point.
For sure. Kamikaze wins.
Okay, so King 10 going to open up here. Travka with the opportunity. Again, we've seen Travka kind of slow down now that hard base is so slow, but maybe he's going to still 3-bet here. He does.
He's going for it.
A little bit more than 3x. I'm a fan. I mean, there's such a significant pay jump here, guys. Currently, 4 players remain. Everyone's guaranteed $27,728. Oh, the 4-bet.
4-bet by Kamikaze. Don't mess with Kamikaze.
That's a big 4-bet, too. Look at that, guys.
Yeah.
A 4-bet.
I like it.
A 4-bet size here is usually going to be like 2.5x the 3-bet, something like that. And he actually goes for nice chunky one there. Like it a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kamikaze really dominating now.
It's not messing around at all. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
So the pay jump, guys, between 4th and 3rd is going to be about $12,000, something like that. Almost exactly $12,000. And there's an all-in. King's going nowhere. This is it for hard base. Can he get the double?
Hardbass needs
it's
an ace.
King high.
Now he needs even more than an ace. He doesn't even know what he needs anymore. He's out.
Nobody knows.
GG.
All right, so GG for our friend Hardbase there. He exits in 4th place. He takes home $5,958 in bounties and $27,728 for coming in 4th. Congratulations, and then there were just 3, you guys.
He played it well. He got under some heavy attacks from the chip leaders and had some tough spots, but there's not much he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so winning the whole way, Ace Queen had the best hand on the flop. Obviously, Ace is definitely a card that your opponent's going to want to bluff quite often. So I don't think folding King Queen on the turn is really an option. I appreciate the continuation from Travka here.
Big bet on the river from serve, and Travka makes the wise fold.
Oh, good flop for Survey.
Yeah, really nice.
And he's definitely not folding. You could play this in many different ways. You can just call. You can also check raise, try to represent the deuce.
Well, so Flix, you remember what you were saying about the we were talking about the spot where who was it now? It was
Like Jack deuce deuce.
It was Glory was trying to represent the trip deuces
Yeah,
where when
with
he
the-
turned the flush
yes.
draw.
Yes.
So what you're saying is that it's more like it's better to represent trip deuces when we're not on the final table. So like you're in the big blind, you're going to have more deuce X in situations where you're not on the final table, where you play less of your suited deuce combos. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. Especially when you're the covered stack or when you're the mid stack, because
Right.
you're not defending as much. Maybe it changes 3- and 4-handed because you defend even more, but still, I think it's tough. But this time it worked, actually. He decided, I mean, of course, he was up against the bluff, so we don't know how it's going to work against the main hand.
Yeah, exactly. How is it going to do against kings? We're not so sure.
Yeah, it always looks nice on paper if you do it like this. Like, yeah, I've made a nice play, represented a deuce, of course. And the opponent was just like, well, I just have nothing, so I'm not going to continue. I think check raising turns back in the days, this always meant the nuts. And I think up to these days, I think still not enough people check raise turns as a bluff.
Yeah.
But as it seems like turn check raises on this final table, always a bluff.
100% bluff, Spade.
100% bluff.
Yeah, guy, just like as a rule, I just never check raise with a better hand on the turn. Just always flatting and check raising all my bluffs.
Check raise the bluffs.
I just
call the nuts.
really like to mess with them. You know, it's all good.
Oh, ace on the turn. Takes it down.
Seems good. Okay, we see a raise from the Jack 5 off here. Travka defends. Both players manage to spike a pair. Kamikaze wants to play a little bit slower, though. King Jack 8. He's got middle pair here. Travka is going to put in a pretty sizable bet here, about 1/3 pot. And turn trips for Kamikaze.
Kamikaze is running hot. It's insane.
He's going to lead now. He's leading about half pot with the turn trips. This is a really cool line. I think this is exactly the kind of spot where you want to be leading when you improve your hand, because there's just if they have a king or an 8, it's so easy for them just to check turn and you get no more value. And he runs out the full boat.
Whoa. And also by being able to represent hands like 9-10 or Queen-10 this way.
Right.
Some natural bluffs that you could play this way. It's really nice.
Right, exactly. Which actually might be the reason why Travka makes the hero call in this river. He might be thinking that Kamikaze is going to turn like 9-10, Queen-10.
And
he makes the call.
I mean, blockers are irrelevant. I was just saying Queen-10 and 10-9 are the natural bluffs, and he blocks them with the 10, but still manages to pull off that hero call.
Yeah, savage there for sure. I mean, that's one of the spots where having that blocker, I think, is really significant, Flix, for sure.
Yeah,
right? Because those are the only hands that you're going to be beating when he plays his hand that way. Really, like he's got to have a draw that bricks that he can also turn into a lead that balances out the times when he leads when he turns trip jacks there.
Also, I think it's just about Kamikaze's image paying off here right now. I think with all the plays that he's pulled, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people are just trying to call him down and give him the action.
So right away, guys, we see the open from the ace-6 and then the defend from 6-7. C-bet the flop on the turn. I mean, with Kamikaze's image, you just carry on barreling, right? You go crazy in these spots, right? You go like 60% pot turn, something like that. Oh, he goes even bigger.
Overbet again?
He goes big. It was slightly. It was just under full pot here on the turn. And a defend from the 6-7 again.
Wow.
Wow.
What is happening?
I mean, Kamikaze can go huge on this river.
Non-believer.
He's going to get looked up by like any 9, any ace, right? Like, it's just such a nice run out for him to get paid when he's got top and bottom.
For an ace to call, for sure.
top and bottom on the flop, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, what other play than all in could Kamikaze do here, right?
I don't know. I think you shit because you want the bounty, right?
All right.
Oh,
so survey put to the test here with a 6. I mean, all the draws brick.
I know.
7-8.
And the
backdoor flush draws.
Yeah, backdoor
7-5.
flush draws. Exactly. Yeah, plenty of backdoor flush draws will bet turn. Oh man, you know, it's just so polarizing when he plays his hand like this. It's absolutely savage. I think the reason he sized his bet like that on the turn flicks is because he knows he wants to get the whole stack on the river.
I mean, he's not jamming anything worse than ace king here. So ace king or maybe ace queen, but some 2 pairs, a lot of 2 pair sets, some random straights like 5-3 suited.
5-4 like 5-3 of clubs maybe would make sense because he bets the turn.
Yeah,
right?
but can he really jam even small like weak 2 pairs for value here? I think it's 3-handed, so he can. Pretty sure he can. Trying to get a call from an ace. Oh, it seems to really be bothering Survey here in this spot with his 7 and with his pair of 6s. I mean, look at how Kamikaze's image is really paying off. People are considering to call him with a 6. Insane. It's insane.
I mean, he has been playing just like his name suggests so far.
Yeah.
Oh man, honestly. Imagine you calling your right though, Flix. It's like your highlight moment of your career. It'd be so tight.
But also, if you're wrong, you're just busting on a hero call. I'd never like to bust on a hero call, to be honest, Nick.
He makes the call. He makes the call.
Holy shit. He really makes the call. I cannot believe this.
Oh, wow. I was not expecting that.
Kamikaze. Honoring his name and just getting his image paid off by everybody. It's insane.
Wow. Unbelievable. And we are heads up, guys. Travka versus Kamikaze, heads up. King 7 open. Deuces just rip it straight in. I mean, he's got such a big advantage here now. We're going to the heads up about 21, 20, yeah, like 21 big blinds effective here, guys. Wow. I mean,
holy shit.
Flix, isn't this what you asked for? Didn't you ask for the Kamikaze comeback?
Yes. And here we go.
Wow.
Kamikaze just killing it.
He just gets jacked straight away.
How? I saw it coming, you know, because, I mean, if somebody can pull it off like this, coming from short stack to big stack, it probably is him.
Dang, I really need to set up the animation so I can do the hero call animation from that previous spot. That was a crazy one.
And he just keeps on firing. Look at this. 8 high, like a boss.
Go on, do it again. Okay, okay, he lets one go. He lets one go.
Okay, so
just raise ace king, shove ace king, do whatever you want here, no problem. Jack high.
Good flop for Travka.
Wow, wow. Okay, I mean, if you're checking ace king, you gotta call the bet, right?
Yeah.
On the flop,
call once.
You just gotta check call.
That's the all-in. I mean, you beat 9-10, you beat queen 10, you beat some hearts, but you also block some hearts.
Yeah.
Tough one. Tough one.
Yeah, I think the GTO line is actually just to shove ace king off pre there. I think we're well within an easy ace. You like ISO ace kings. You ISO not all in with ace king suited, and then you shove ace king off for in heads up there.
Pair of deuces for Kamikaze. Pair of eights.
Oh, he turns the trips.
What is going on?
Mate, this guy's got all the cards.
How's he running so pure? And he's definitely gonna call. I mean, he's gonna get called down because people just put him on a lot of draws, and it's natural to put him on draws on a board like this. You know, Jack 10 clubs, 7-6,
Yeah,
5-6,
yeah.
whatever you call it. You know,
Yeah.
there's so many natural bluffs
Yeah, yeah.
that he can have.
It's so unlucky. His hand is so well disguised, and Queen 8 on this texture is so strong in the context of heads up
It
poker.
is.
I
And he
mean,
jams again one
wow,
more time.
like double pot. Does he get called again? He gets
And
called.
Trofka also giving him the
He
call.
gets it. He gets it.
Kamikaze takes down the Sunday Million.
Wow.
Insane.
And that's it, guys. It's over. A new Sunday Million champion has just been crowned. Congratulations to Kamikaze on that first place finish. And, of course, a big congratulations to our runner-up, DTS Trafka, on taking second place. Our first place finisher takes home over $53,000 in prize money. I'll talk about it in just a second. Our runner-up taking home the same, but with slightly different bounties. And that's it. All right, guys, so just to wrap things up here, let me talk a little bit about the money. So first place, our first place finisher, Kamikaze, is going to take home $53,924.61 plus $31,607.66 for the bounties, which means a grand total of $85,532.27. Congratulations to you, sir. Our second place finisher, DTS Trafka, both players playing fantastic poker today. He's going to take home $53,950.92 for his finish, and then $6,059.85 for bounties. So $59,975.77. And there you go. Flix, that was a pretty wild one. What do you think, buddy?
Insane. I mean, this final table just showed, you know, you just have to have or build an image and it pays off. Kamikaze just played it well. I mean, he played some really unconventional lines. He came out of the woodworks with some click back 4 bets. And I'm sure if people saw the stream and saw some cards, maybe later on, they saw how he was doing and what he was doing, that he was folding, that he was 3-betting, that he was bluffing in spots, over betting here and there, and like he got paid off on what he did. So good job. I mean,
if I
what
could,
else is there to say?
If I could add something as well, guys, like I think like you know, I see there was a lot of sentiment in the chat, like, you know, when people see when people observe people playing like Kamikaze did today, there's like kind of this like sort of somewhat negative connotation sometimes for some players. They're like, oh, this guy is just so crazy. I hate playing against guys like this. And like the reason you hate playing guys like this is because then they get an image and then you don't know how to play against them, and then they become very difficult to play against because sometimes they're just going to run hot, and when they run hot, they're going to get paid way more often than somebody that plays more conservatively.
That's right.
And I have to say, you know, for Kamikaze, even though he was a ridiculously aggressive opponent, and of course he was Brazilian, of course, so that kind of adds up. He was incredibly aggressive, but I don't think I saw him make too many real mistakes. Like, you know, even the times when he was being cold 4-betting or something like that, I still feel like that's a spot that's going to work like way more than people give it credit for.
Yeah.
So yeah, props to him, and props to Trofka as well. Like, you know, really outstanding performance from lots of our final tablists there. So shout out to you guys, very well done. And yeah, that's going to be it for today from the Sunday Million.
I saw it coming. I don't know, Nick. I just had a feeling. You would make that comeback.
Flix,
I don't know.
Flix, I don't know if it's because you've been playing more live poker or whatever, but whenever you have a feeling these days, I don't. This is a very new Felix Schneiders we got going on, guys. I don't know, like,
yes.
It was the same when we played with him in the streamer showdown. He's just got a whole new thing going on. He's on a different wavelength now, guys. He's up here.
I'm feeling the vibe.
He's
I'm trying to get into that vibe. It's just the energy, the force. The force is with me.
That's it. All right, guys. So that's going to be it from us from the PokerStars Arena, guys. I love you guys very much. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I'll be streaming back here tomorrow from midday, back on the Central Channel. I'll be doing more KO Challenge with Croaks. Flix, when is your next stream?
My next stream is going to be on Wednesday. We're going to be traveling to Road to PSPC Hamburg, playing for Platinum Pass one more time, and then 5 days of streaming live poker again.
Awesome.
So time for me to try and train my force skills more.
If you just take this vibe straight with you to the live players,
Yes,
you know, you're going to be doing fine. So yeah, guys, as usual, check us out on social media. Both Flix and I are members of Team Pro, and we're also PokerStars ambassadors. We use them interchangeably, so go and help us on social media. We're on Instagram and Twitter and TikTok and all those good things. So go and hit us up, and we'll let you guys know when we're going to stream next. I'll see you guys tomorrow here from 12 p.m., as I mentioned, for more KO Challenge. So from Felix Schneiders and for me, Nicholas Walsh, it's going to be good night from the PokerStars Arena. Ciao, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Nick. Bye-bye. Good night, guys.